All right. Face stuffed, food consumed, liquids at arm's reach. There we go. Need to put out announcements. All right, we got this. We got more cans. It's fine. Everything's fine here. We are doing the stuff with the things. So we're reviewing. Well, so last time we did review, it's been like almost a week. Yes. Go to that. Get the title. Big title, and we're gonna hopefully get through the next 3 today. That is the plan. There, and where's Twitter? Doesn't exist anymore. Great. Okay. There it is. Where's Twitter? Where's Twitter? Where's the little blue bird? Oh, right. They murdered him. My poor blue bird. He lived a good life. It wasn't his time to go. Sisson Khan. Trying to remember all the stupid tags. Good enough. Good enough. Okay. I don't know how to use Twitter. I will not ask too many questions, I promise. Don't worry about it. Like, I will have way better time. Way more better, much more time. I haven't even started drinking my energy drink yet. I'm just super excited to get back into this. I'll have a much better time the more questions you ask. It is like equal, like, grade. I don't know what the words are. There's words there. Yeah, the more questions you ask, the better time I have. It's fine. Let's see. Which no, that's gameplay. That's desktop. There we go. Where is I need to make another one of those. There we go. Yes, that, and then that, and then that. Hey, there we go. Although I may have exclaimed my amusement at various points, so be warned about that. Before I do that, and I know I'm going to use this stupid window, but like, Nightbot, where is Nightbot? Nightbot. Do I have to log in? Well, that was weird. Is that the YouTube or is that the Twitch version? I think that's the Twitch version, so I gotta relog. Okay. No. You swapped the other one. Really? Settings. No, that's not helpful. It gives you like a drop down, like choose your channels, but like you can't actually. This is gonna be the. Is it the original? No, it's not the original. It's the Nova Forge. The original is now the Star. Nope. The original is now the Space Engineers channel. There we go. Well, we got there because Space Engineers was the original video on that channel. That's what I decided to do. Okay, so we'll just go back here. Okay, so it does do that stupid thing. So I will shut that off for your guys' eyes' sake. Because watch what happens when I do. Which one is it? This one? Nope, it's the other one. Oh, there it is. It's boink. Everything resets. And you have actual color! Ba-da-da-da-ba-da! There we go. It looks really blown out, though. Does it look blown out on your guys' end? I don't know. Commands? No. Where's the bot? Bot. Spam protection. Disable freaking everything. Stop yelling at my YouTube people. There you go. Nightbot has been deteethed, unteethed, anti-teethed. He will no longer upset you guys on there. At the time when it starts becoming a thing, I'll go and turn on the modules. I don't care about caps lock. That's not a thing I care about. Spam all the caps you want and emojis. That's fine. I always love those things. It's gonna be links that eventually I will turn on defanged. That's the one. Eventually I'll turn links onto only support tiers, like whatever the followers on Twitch and subscribers on YouTube will be the only ones who do links until they start going wrong, and then I'll be doing have to move it up to the first paying tier where each of them. Just because I know links are going to eventually get bad, but I don't foresee that anytime soon. That is some good flavored water. All right. I think we have enough preambling. So, this is Destination Adventure. That is the wrong one. We're looking for Navigating the Universe with Bone. Everyone cheer. So this is the UI and mapping ones. So, this should be interesting. It's so loud. With Bone, Zane Bien, Dr. Emily Hansen, and Simon Biercy. And Zane Bien. So, we saw Zane Bien way back on... It's actually relevant to something that was in Spectrum by a dev. Why are all my YouTube things in progress, other stuff? Go to the Star System page. Bone, release the hounds. I don't know which one is funnier. Her saying it or the line itself. Okay, so we're gonna go over here. Zane Bean. He is the Zane Bean. Meet the 10 years ago. Oh, there was two of them. Okay, so there was an initial 10 years ago. Wow, this is terrible. This is like Windows Movie Maker level of terrible. So, those who don't know, those who like to complain about the subscriber program, this video is a really good example of this is the intros we got for 2013. These are the intros we're getting now. That's where your money's going, guys. Like, no, I want to go see the Zane Bien thing. I want to know what he started as.
Zane Bien, our user interface designer. Hey, Zane.
Hello.
Can you introduce yourself to everybody?
Yeah, my name is Zane Bien. I'm originally from Hawaii on the island of Maui, and I'm basically in charge of web design, anything having to do with the presentation on the web, so user interface, and I do front-end web development too. So we have some really nice ideas for the new site coming up, and so I'm in charge of all of that. And I might be doing some game user interfaces too. So that's just kind of like an all-encompassing term.
And what got you into the games industry?
Well, actually, this is my first job out of college.
Yay!
I just graduated over the summer, and basically how I got here was one of my buddies who I worked with. He introduced me to Chris Roberts, and Chris saw my portfolio, and they asked me to mock up
Do they show it?
Like an application on the web, and so I did that, and they were really impressed. So now here I am.
Have you played one of Chris's games before? before?
I actually have. I didn't know I played Chris Roberts' game up until like last year when I heard of him. But it turns out when I was like 5 years old or something like that, I
Oops.
actually played Strike Commander. You're that young. I mean, I can't really remember that much. But the only thing I can remember from Strike Commander was the funeral scene because I kept dying, I guess. So
I'm here with Zane Bien, our user interface designer.
Let's see. Does the other one have any of his work? It should. See, it's several.
the VR experience, I think,
Excuse me, what?
super cool, and I was all on board for it.
Looking forward to the most.
The VR experience, I think.
Even Zane's on board with it. So that's two devs that are really looking forward to. VR. Okay. Zane Bean. I would really love an art station from you. Yeah, okay. It's Deviant Art. Okay. I guess. Okay, so he helped with this version of the website. Aha. He's come a long way. Let's go with that. Let's see. Galleria. So college projects. I've seen that so many times. And then out of college. I've seen that so many times. I've used it. And then he made my favorite. One of my favorite cargo. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. But my favorite like inventory screen so far. Yeah, and now we're gonna see some of his latest work. Do you think the guy that came up with the look of the map, I mean the transparency type look and the color choice, it looks really good. So the thing about game studios and any part of Star Citizen, like I don't know if it happens more in CIG than other companies, but they talk about this a lot. They'll do something. It's a lot like old like arcade cabinets were made like with they were made by someone in a building with lots of other dev like pools. So for instance, you can go look at the history of Qbert. That's somewhere on YouTube now, or how that came to be. Basically, in Star Citizen or in CIG, when somebody's working on something, they're at their desk, right? Their desk is surrounded at least by 5 other people that can see their screen. And when like someone just has a like are stuck on something or need a break, they'll either peruse the like in CIG like social media they have for like internals showing like their work and all this other stuff, or they'll just like walk around and look at other people's stuff and they'll talk about it. So until they say who did what, we have no idea. It could have been Chris Roberts, it could have been, Jared. Anyone could have said anything. Zane is the designer of it, as far as I know. So the overall choices were Zane's. I'm sure we're gonna get exactly who owns what feature in the map through this. Yes, the new map, yeah. But like color choices and like the little flourishes, those are iterated on several times. It's almost never like, oh, this is how we should do this, and just like publish. It's like, here's something in there, we'll fix it later. And so it could have been like 50, 100 times down the line where like this person would touch it, this person would have a good idea, and they'll implement that there. And I'll point this out when we go to like the planetary or the solar system scale, like all the little details. And what's one of my favorite parts about UIs is like the grid. I love seeing a grid on UIs. It's one of my favorite bits. Okay, we're 10 seconds in and we've been streaming for 24 minutes. Doing so good. Heavy breathing.
How are you doing, Los Angeles?
Hi, Bone.
Boy, there's a lot of you here. It's great to see you. Hi. My name's David, but everyone calls me Bone. Don't ask. Or maybe ask me later.
Me
So,
too, Grinds Rock.
My
What?
job is to oversee all the technical implementation of the UI across the company. And if I'm lucky, I get to do some programming from time to time. At previous CitizenCon, one in the flesh, in Manchester, I talked about UI tech with my friend and colleague, Zane
For 10
Bien,
seconds, making good progress.
and we were making new tools and technology to help our developers with, to develop their UI. So that was a few
See,
years
Bones
ago now,
helping us get
and
farther
now
because he
I'm
talks
really
nice and
privileged
slowly.
to share with you how this technology has been utilized by our talented designers to help improve your experience in the verse.
Okay. I know I'm gonna like, okay. I'm sorry. I want to know what we're looking at. So comms received panel, or comms receiver panel. Comms, I don't know if I feel like I should like take off my glasses to figure out what this says. It's a number, a name. Looks like a phone number or something. And then a very large number. This is obviously an Aegis thing. Aegis vocal, Aegis something rather, some kind of control panel. I really like their concept UIs are just so good. Making sense of the universe with the help from UI.
So, along with some
Just to one of the things I want to mention before we go into this, UI is the gosh dang, what is the stupid sentence that is it Snowman Games? Who does the UI stuff? No, it's not Snowman Games. Who is it? Crap dang it. Bad UI. What is your name? No, I want videos. Is it? I don't think it's. Oh, wait. Okay, Design Doc. It's Design Doc. And he has a nice fancy graph, too.
And if I gosh, the games, it's your menus, UI. Mine is talk about some graphic design. To put it broadly, graphic design is visual communication. Applied to games, it's your menus, UI, camera work, color choice, font choice, animation, character design, your presentation of information.
So UI being one of the UI, well, I feel like UI is also menus, fonts. Those three things all are work together. It is not UX. UX is how the player interacts with the information, and UI is how the information is presented. The presentation of information is part of UI's job. I'm going to use that again. Do not close that. All right. There we go.
my UI friends that are hidden out the back there would like to show you some of these improvements which are going to help you, the players, navigate the Star Citizen universe. So,
Space is big. You just won't believe how vastly huge, mind-bogglingly big it is. I mean, you may think it's a long way down the road to the canvas, but that's just peanuts to space. Douglas Adams, The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Shampasta! Hello, Nova Forger. Hello. How's it going? How are you today?
why are we doing this? Well, Star Citizen is
I'm
big,
sorry.
really big.
Is
There's
it the
so
weekend
many
yet?
unique places, massive planets, moons,
It's somewhere.
space stations,
if you want it
rest
to be.
stops. You know, there's just loads of places to explore. We have a huge range of spaceships of all shapes and sizes, and there's an enormous amount of things to do,
Currently,
and
I'm good.
see, and people to meet.
Doing the show. I'm pretty happy. Busy in daily life, but happy. I always forget you can do that. You can scroll down in full screen mode.
And all this can be shared with friends online.
Yep, I cleared all of this week's stream. So today, tomorrow, and Friday will be Star System review bits. Hopefully we can get through most of it. I would think it's still going to take till the end of next week till we can actually start diversifying our content again. I'm also working on some Space Engineers content. I also have a normal job. Got Sparsis in this weekend. Yeah, all in all, pretty good. Lots of projects going. I've also started game development again, so that's fun. Nothing to show for it quite yet. I want to get much farther than I am before I show it off. But be sure I will be showing it off. If I can get to where I want to, there's a little thing on it. There's a chance, I'm not even gonna say good chance. So there's a chance that it might actually come out. It depends on a couple things. I don't really want to be a solo dev. Though if it comes to I really want the project I'm working on to exist. And it's within a scope that I can do things. So, couple of things. So yeah, it's basically a building game using voxels instead of blocks, but it's still going to be vaguely block based. Just to keep it more simpler as a build method. It's also going to be flat screen and VR, and also multiplayer. Has to be multiplayer. How multiplayer is, not much multiplayer, basically just enough to get you and some friends together. But that's the basic idea. I want like a sci-fi-ish amount to it, which means I kind of need to get plans working, but that is like 2 years later kind of thing. I'm just trying to get a hold of Unreal Engine and develop some of the more basic features like making blocks using the voxel plugin system. So we shall see how that turns out.
And as we've seen today, as our amazing online technology grows, it takes great leaps, and our online player count grows, the possibilities become almost endless. So how are we going to make sense of all this? Right. Well, one of the main ways we do this is with a user interface, or UI for short. Well, that's where we come in, fortunately, being the UI guys. And we do this in loads of ways that you see already, whether it's your vehicle MFDs, or the HUD, or the kiosks, where you get your spaceship, or you trade commodities, or buy weapons, and all manner of diegetic UIs that you see. Diegetic meaning like things in the world that you can interact with. But our first real opportunity is through the helmet visor display.
I think it's funny. I don't know if they broke it to do this. Like, those are the things. Like, these brackets down here are what they show. But you also have your altitude markers. Now, that would actually be pretty cool. Is if you could turn that on and off. That way you could, like, hike a mountain and see your elevation as you climb. That'd be really cool. It'd be really cool if you could toggle that. And then, obviously, your compass. And then whatever those things mean. I think you can. Ooh. Wait. You mean later in this version? Not now, right? Now it's completely automatic, right?
The visor display gives you vital information about your status
Kind of like I'm really
and
thirsty.
the environment around you. But this this display has gone through many iterations over the years, and it's been built upon and adapted. And I don't know if
And they've talked about this. This was built for this. This was adapted for this. And then this is kind of this we'll add it when we need it kind of system. Like, let's lose everything, right? The radar gone. Like, scoring system doesn't need to be in there. The old system over here, take it out. All this stuff just removed. And now we just like whatever it is that we need, information that like is relevant to current gameplay, that's what was put in. No like overarching theme to it, no cohesiveness. It was a piecemeal system instead of a holistic one.
who remembers Arena Commander 1.0? That came out. That came out about a year after I started, which was primarily space combat and racing, so the visor was geared towards that. And then it evolved with our first adventures into the online universe, and as all the features get added and all these new things, the visor grows and we put things on it to show you, different statuses and like tells you all about what's going on. But with all this evolution, we sometimes lose focus. There's so much we need to know, and when we need to know it is important. So how do we zero in on what's important and at what time? So leaning on this technology that Zane and I and the UI Tech team wrote a few years ago, we're trying to take a smarter perspective and rework the visor for you. So I'm not going to tell you about that. I'm going to invite Simon Bursey onto the stage, and he can tell you more about it. Simon?
I think it's really cool. Like this would definitely be a panel that I want to be, where it's like introduce it and then give it to another person to do a subset of it and then keep it rolling. That way the one person doesn't have to talk through the entire feature. Because like that's got to be terrifying. Sitting up there with 3,000 people in the audience, just that's got to be terrifying.
You want this?
You want this?
Hey everybody. Okay,
I think my phone's dead.
Star
Yeah.
Citizen, as you know, is a big project which has evolved over its lifetime. Early on in the project, we added the visor, which is the display you see on your helmet when you're walking around the universe in first person. Because the game is always expanding, we often add new gameplay features, and with those come new UI. The various teams slotted pieces into whatever.
Are there any we don't already have? Well, radiation we see later. More radiation. We see that one later. We have those ones. We have that one. We have that one. HP something. HPA, that's that one. Okay, so it repeats. No, that's a new one. That's BLD. Or BDL. There we go. Oh, no, that is that one. Never mind. No, it does repeat. That is that. And that is that. Yeah, that. Yep. Yep. Okay, so there's only like the 5 here.
Whatever place made sense at the time. But this eventually meant the view became very complex. As you can see, the current live UI can get very cluttered. We have lots of information competing for your attention, so you don't always know where to look, and sometimes the overlaps can make things difficult to read. So, as you can probably tell, the UI team wanted to do a redesign. We wanted to improve the player's experience by presenting the important information in a
I
clear way.
like it.
We also needed to create a new framework that supports all the existing features and allows us to add more in future. And finally, we wanted to bring the visuals up to the high standards.
I don't know why it's so
we're setting for
dark,
Squadron
but
42, and soon the Star Citizen persistent.
and I need to like move my camera and stuff. For this, oh, I don't have the thing on here. That's fine. That is not locked. I'm gonna put me up here. I think. Maybe up here. I don't know if this is a good spot or not. Should be a decent spot though. There's two of me. There's now one of me. Like if this area gets lots of text, I should just duplicate it to where I'm on. I have one for both of them, both of the sides. I can do that pretty easily, right? Duplicate. Desktop. Cam. No, that's can. Cam. LEFT. No. Alright, right. And all that's going to do is take this and put it back to where it was. Then this is going to say rename to desktop. Cam left. All right. So I can just keep that here and then transition when I need to. All right. Perfect.
Universe. So how do we go about that?
So
I
this one says
believe
improved
user
UX.
interface should always be a collaboration with the teams who build the underlying features. So we worked closely with them on a new layout, keeping some pieces.
What is that? And why is it all like triangles and stuff? That looks super cool.
Combining others, and maybe getting rid of a few. Once we'd figured out the design, we built a new framework using our 3D UI system, and then we worked closely with the various game teams to take all that complex data that existed before and hook it up to the new user interface. When we design player-facing UI, we often try to start with the worst case first, so we can see everything we have to deal with. It was important for us to keep the central area as clear as possible to make it easier for you to see the underlying game. We designed a set of regions that attach to the different parts of the view, and with each of those, we have a set of widgets that can show, hide, and stack when you need them.
Okay, let's go through what all these said. That one's redacted. This is an visor pitch, widget 1, 2, and 3, player stats, primary, life expectancy time. Redacted. Visor visor yaw, multiplayer team score status, notifications, multiplayer individual kills, multiplayer team kills. Interesting. Redacted subtitle subtitle. Nope. Subtitle line 1, 2, and 3. Current mission name. Primary objective 1 and 2. Secondary objective 1. Current vehicle to collect. On foot VoIP / incoming comms video / audio. Visor pitch. So it's mirrored on both sides. Tutorial title, tutorial text, tutorial messages, control hints, controller hint description 1, 2, and 3. Visor, weapon, and held items. This is what I didn't get to do live. This is what I really want to do. Clip ammo. I can't read what that says. Con damage type caliber. Total ammo. Icon. Oh, that's what icon. Yeah. Icon damage. Icon show briefly. 3D icon ammo. 3D icon amount. No, amount. 3D icon amount. That is what all of those things say.
We have a set of widgets that can show, hide, do about everything we wanted to achieve. But wouldn't it be great to see it in game? Does anybody here want to see a live demonstration? Good. I was hoping you'd say that, otherwise it would have been a very short demo. Okay, so we're going to show you some of our new UI running live in the game. Everything you see is in real time, but I have to tell you we've created a special mission just for the show, which is a little different to what you see in the live game. Okay, so as you can see, Bones driving. I'm going to say Bones' name a lot, and the other guys too, so it's probably the most times you'll hear that in any presentation.
And they told us, I forget who told us afterwards. He actually asked them to. Bone actually asked them to, when they want something, to just say, Bone, do this. That way he knows he doesn't have to remember what he's supposed to be doing at the time, because he'll get distracted and things. I can totally relate to that. Like, to always be waiting for like the command to do a thing so they can show it off. This was something that he specifically asked them to do. So, super cool.
Welcome to the Orison Providence platform. You may have spotted it.
Pitch.
You may have spotted it earlier, but today is the first time we've shown the new visor we developed and tested in Squadron 42.
Woot.
But you'll be happy to know all the UI you see today is going to make its way to Star Citizen.
Not when though.
But this is secret UEE Navy tech, so we'll give it a different look for the persistent universe. As you can see, the display is very clean by default. Many of the elements are contextual, meaning they appear when you need them to avoid cluttering the screen. We've also temporarily hidden a couple of things so we can focus on them later in this demo. Okay, Bone, let's move into the scene, please.
All right.
Okay, when we get a new mission objective, it appears in the top right of the screen. And you can see that our first mission is to repair a radiation leak. We've done a major overhaul of the augmented reality marker system, so we can
There we
follow
go.
the yellow on-screen marker to get to our objective. At the top of the screen, you'll also see the compass. Okay, Bone, let's head towards the objective. We were already happy with the way the player status widgets worked, showing you contextual information about your character and environment. So we've given them some visual polish and added a few new ones. The environmental radiation here is quite high, and over time it will wear down our suit and damage the player. Looks like we can see the source of the radiation there. I think somebody's damaged a pipe, so how are we going to fix it? If we were in space, we could use the salvage and repair ship. Luckily, UEE have some advanced portable tech. Bone, please equip the military multi-tool. The military multi-tool from Squadron 42 has various modes, one of which gives us the ability to salvage and repair while on foot. Okay, Bone, let's use the multi-tool to repair that pipe.
Tank, but yeah.
Okay. Right, we can see at the bottom left of the screen, the radiation levels are decreasing.
That's gonna take
So
a
let's head
heck
into
of a
the
long
scene.
time to burn off, though.
Go on, Bone. Let's walk forwards a bit. Okay. Now we fixed the damage, we need to find the enemies that caused it. While we're on the way, you'll notice that the on-foot emissions at the top of the screen. We're emitting infrared, electromagnetic radiation, and also sound. If any of these go higher than the background levels, it will be easier for the enemies to detect us.
So I imagine the darker is the background. That's super cool. So walking around doesn't actually go above because we're in an industrial site. Does that make sense?
Let's take a look at the bad guys, Bone. As part of the emissions and radar tech, we also have the ability to scan while we're on foot. If we tap the button, we can do a quick scan to reveal everything, to reveal info about anything that's in our view currently. Okay, Bone, let's do a quick scan. This highlights whatever's in our line of sight. There's also some
Can't wait.
risk and reward to the scanning system. By holding the button, we can charge our scanner, and this reveals enemies through walls using a more powerful wave. But it does cause a spike in our emissions, which makes us easier to detect. Okay, let's do a charge scan, please, Bone. Okay.
I
You
didn't
can also
see any
the
of the mission
augmented
spike,
reality
but okay.
box outs, which give us a summary of what we've detected. Okay, let's have a look at our weapons. Let's get the gun out, please, Bone. Okay, we wanted to help the player see their equipment during combat, so we upgraded the weapons display. As well as the ammo in the gun and the spare mags in their pockets, we also now show the player's explosives and med pens.
I wish it would also say which guns you have. Like if it just listed, if it brought up the icon and then that went away, that'd be fine. But I wish that it also read like, you know, bolder text, you know, P4AR, and then text below it. Was it the S38, and then below it the Navy multi-tool, and actually give you a little readout of what all your equipment is on you. That's one thing that's not here. I
let's
wish.
fight the bad guys. There you can see our new explosives marker, designed to help you spot deadly grenades, mines, and missiles more easily. Did you do it? Okay. Well done, Bone.
Did a quick scan, but I didn't see the guy hiding behind the barrel. He's right there. He's right there. He's right. Get at it.
Success. Okay. There's no more hostiles nearby, so let's take a moment to talk about the Moby-Glass. The Moby-Glass is the Star Citizen equivalent of your smartphone. It has various apps that hook into the gameplay systems. Like all the UI we're showing you today, we wanted to redesign it with the player's usability in mind, to make it look good and also lay the groundwork for future expansion. Let's bring up the Moby-Glass, please, Bone.
Yes.
Pretty cool, huh? We've redesigned the interface to give a smoother user experience. We've overhauled the visuals, as you can see, to make it feel more three-dimensional and holographic. This is actually a sneak peek of the UEE military Moby-Glass we've created for Squadron 42. This version has a focused selection of apps, and we're going to expand on that when we bring the Moby-Glass to the Star Citizen Persistent universe. We'll also have more of a smartphone feel in the PU with a wider range of apps.
Nice.
Okay, let's briefly talk about...
So this is connection, and I'm really interested in what this means. Now, I also know there's something I know about it, that you will be able to remote call, like Batmobile call your ship. Also shows your name and rank. EVA fuel level. Nice.
About this home screen, it gives us an overview of our health, the environment, and even our ship. We can also check our mission objective.
I really hope they work on this very quickly.
Okay, so that's enough about the Moby-Glass.
Like, I definitely
we've got some
don't.
more really cool UI just around the corner.
I definitely don't want to be waiting till next CitizenCon to get the Star Citizen edition of this.
And to tell you a bit more about that is the very talented Zane Bien.
Throughout human history, as we have ventured towards the allure of the unknown, we have used cartography as a key component to help shape our understanding and make sense of the world around us. Without these systems in place to catalog our experiences and to chart our journeys, we are forever lost amidst our own environment, and we are just running around aimlessly. This is why it is super important that you, as citizens of our ever-growing, ever-evolving, persistent universe, are equipped with the tools necessary to make your ventures meaningful. So, with that said, I want to show you something that I think is extremely cool. So, Bone, our next objective is to go to the map kiosk and download a terminal.
Oh man, I love this so much. Let's
go ahead and activate it. What you see on screen zoom out a bit, what you see on screen is a fully live 3D representation of the environment that we are in.
Which I love, tells you what doors you can open and which ones you can't without some convincing.
You can see callouts of the various default points of interest. You can pan the map around, you can rotate it, and you can even
So
cycle
good. Yeah, it
the
does.
floors that you're on to
And the
isolate
approaching,
the visuals of the floor that you're on.
what are they called? Shuttles?
So our current objective, it's much more interesting if we can actually take this on the go. So let's download it to our data bank.
Bloop.
As you'll notice, we now have the representation of the environment in the upper left corner of our visor.
It's so good. I love it. I want to make that bigger,
Now,
though.
the thing that's really
I
interesting
really
to
hope they
note
let us
at
make that
this
bigger.
point is not all environments will have such a convenient kiosk available. You may
Also, I'm pretty sure that's Star clothing it up right there. Also, new box. That's a new box. I've not. Well, I think that's a new box. I need to exact how it is live exactly. How do they do this? It's remarkable. You ever heard of any other game having a live map? Yes, there are games that do live maps. StarCraft. That does a live map technically. What other games do live maps? I know there's a ton of them, or a good bunch of them. There's some programs in Space Engineers that'll do live maps of your ship. It's basically just reading data from the environment. What is really nice about Star Citizen is because of how they built everything out, they can just sample the exact environment you're walking through and lay a shader over it, and it costs nothing else. So it's not for free, but pretty close to. It's very performant to do so. So yeah, it's just this, doorway right here, that walk right there is that map. It's just this stuff with a shader on it that makes it look all holographic-y. As far as I know, it's not a duplicate of the level. It is the level in front of you that is just on the map. And they just sample just a subset of data, aka is door open, is it a door, and different stuff like that from the environment. Like, I honestly, all games should have that. Like, that is just amazing. I wish, especially like FPS games. Could you imagine if most FPS games had a live 3D representative map instead of just a radar?
may encounter
Be great.
rundown settlements, or you might come across a cave that no one else has ever set foot on before. What will happen in this instance is your radar will incrementally update your map, and it will incrementally reveal your environment and just save that to your data bank. So you kind of reveal it.
One of the things that we're definitely going to probably do in the org is have like a weekly map check-in. So every week we'll probably have like a go to the base that we build or home location, whatever, and centrally download all of everyone's maps into a central place and then redistribute it. That way everyone has all the maps that everyone has gathered, whether it be through Dalek settlements or caves or whatever not. The reason they don't show scanning in this demo is, one, they didn't have somewhere in the presentation to put it, and two, it wasn't. No, I think that was the only reason they said it in the UI thing. There is stuff to show. It just wasn't in the presentation's kind of cadence. They wanted to do this singular kind of gameplay demo, and so that's what they decided to show at it. So they do have scanning and radar stuff to show. It's not forgotten, and so a lot of people were like, "Well, the Cutter Scout just came out. Where's the scanning and radar stuff? We're not supposed to be getting ships without functionality." Well, we did, and they just didn't show where they are. They are as close as they are to giving us the map as the updating it with scanning, as he's talking about here.
Incrementally. So this map, what we see in the upper left corner of our visor is not really just a map. What it really is actually data. It's our radar. And we can see contacts on our radar as we scan. And it's basically what we have available stored in our data bank. So because we have the location data saved to our data bank, we can obviously access that via our mobiGlas. So let's go ahead and pull it up in our mobiGlas, because this is going to get really interesting.
Oh, it's so good.
So Bone, I would like you to cycle between the different floors for us, please.
And then we have a decrease and increase, so it's Q and E to increase and decrease floors. Also set route with R, cancel route with C, set marker with T, set marker with T, set marker with T. That's going to come in, like, we're going to reference that in a minute. Well, in the next segment of this. And then you can snap back to your location. You can also do a ping in the map view. Very nice. Very nice. I wonder why. I imagine that is my location. So that's X. That's T. And that's C. Yeah.
So you can see this lerping transition between the different floors and marker callouts of our objective and also where we are. I would like to talk a little bit about the tech behind this. What you're seeing is not a pre-baked asset. And I want to reiterate that because all of our environments can be very dynamic and they can change. They can take damage, perhaps.
You can even see
economic
crates.
might cause changes in the environment, and we can't export a totally
The little rover dude's in
custom
here even.
assets. So what we've done is we collaborated with our graphics team to enable us to render the environment in this way. And what it is we're actually whitelisting objects that we render and excluding everything that we don't need to render. So in our level markup, we basically have the designers and artists mark up only the bits
I can't
that
wait to play
are
with this.
necessary for the map. This lets us have a very compelling visual, but without much of the cost.
So I wanted to note a couple of flourishes that they also show how done this is. So we have two different grids. We have an upper and a lower grid. We also have all these particles. And those are just flourishes. Those are just to give a sense of space. Like how much space is changing as you move around the camera.
So I think what we can do at this point, what I want to show you is something very interesting. So we might look around on
Touch
this
different
map
places for those. Yeah.
and note
The game is
down
going to be completely different
certain areas
this
that
time next year.
might look interesting that we might want to revisit later. We can see some doors on this map, and these doors are entities that are called out on the map, and they may change state. So there can be some doors which have a locked state, which they will display red. And doors that are open will be green. And there are other entity callouts that can happen in our map. So let's go ahead and find a location to put down a pin, please, Bone. Maybe that one. Maybe that door looks interesting. Press T. So, what we can do is set a marker, and we can customize the details of that marker. Now, what you'll notice as well is as we set markers, there's metadata that is encoded into each of these markers on top of the customized name that we can specify. So we can mark as many markers as we want in this map. And
Infinite
these are
markers.
all saved to our data bank. And we can eventually share these markers and even sell these markers on the market. So the thing about this, we can't really talk about markers without mentioning data running. So you might specialize in exploration, whereas perhaps a miner might specialize in the equipment, and they make investments in their equipment. So you, as an explorer, might be in the business of going around and exploring and finding locations that are very valuable to other professions. And the role of these markers are very important in coming up with the data. And yeah, so it's very important. We can basically, when you name your markers, you can make it as maybe obvious, or you can leave it a mystery. So you'll have when you sell it on the market, you could get rated for how accurate the data is.
Not rated, but rated.
So the other thing is we have a mission objective as well, and it would be very nice to
He tried
be
to
able
say a
route through
lot
that
there that he didn't get across, I don't think. I think he needed a couple more talking points for that section. Basically, they know and they have this whole thing that's going to happen, which is you can now scan an environment. You can pick up different data points, whether that be just landmass or resources, whether that be salvage resources, mining resources. Eventually, we'll have grazing resources and livestock resources, and so on and so forth. And you'll be able to not only drop points on a map and sell those points, but you'll also be able to sell the base data. And you'll be able to charge a premium, or at least get a premium for it if you're known for getting accurate data, which also means we can have missions to go and scan an area and give back that data. And it's ties into is a much bigger feature than I thought a year or two ago. This map, I thought the map was a map. Sure, it could be a fully integrated map, but what they've turned the map into is the start of exploration, data running, and science.
mission objective. How do we get there? That is another purpose of the map, is basically navigating and letting us know the way towards that objective, towards a destination. So let's go ahead and plot a route to this objective.
That's so good.
So we can see a line being drawn from where we are up the stairs to our destination and where we want to go. So you will no longer be lost amidst all of our super complex environment. And what's worth mentioning at this point, and what's really cool, is this under the hood is actually utilizing another piece of tech, AI pathfinding. And so what that allows us to do is leverage other existing tech to...
I think I've totally missed. So this is being drawn on the same system that the NPCs in the game are using to path themselves. So this is using the navigation mesh. What do they call it? Yeah, the nav mesh. That is super cool.
Basically, it does all the heavy lifting. We just make it look pretty.
Nice.
So because of that, there are certain cases where the path might be blocked. It might have a locked door, or there might be a fire that is in our way. The AI pathfinding will account for that. It will go through doors, it will handle elevators, and it will handle fires, locked doors, and it will just handle everything. So
It
that is
just
an
works.
example of sort of a piece of tech that we've leveraged under the hood to help us achieve this goal.
Let's see, we're over an hour and we got 26 minutes. Not bad, not bad. We're almost at
So-
half. Just twice the amount of time. We might make it. The 3
One
panels.
last thing we can do at the moment is we want
So
to
this
make
is the same
sure-
system
we
that
want to make
allows
sure
to
that
draw the line. Yes,
there are
to
no more-
draw this line is the same system.
or hostiles in our way as we make our way to our objective. So what we can do is we could send out a ping. Bone, if you send out a ping, please.
Boof.
So the scanning will also be represented in the map in the same fashion as it is when you're in FPS. So we know that there's no more hostiles. Let's go ahead and make our way to our objective. As you can see in the upper left corner, we now have the route line represented, our destination, and the distance it takes to get there.
Wow. Yeah.
As we traverse this path, the path automatically updates, and if you deviate from that path, it will recalculate the route you need to get to your destination.
How fast? Nice. Pretty good. Isn't there an on-ground one too?
So there's our buddy. He's flying in. So we'll make our way up to the Carrack here, to the right.
He's watching the ship come in. It's cool.
You'll also notice the pin that we've laid down, as well as our marker objective called out on the map. And as you'll notice, as we head up the stairs, the floor will dynamically change as you head up the stairs. If we can get past this first bit, if we don't trip up.
That was weird. Oh, nice.
So
Very smooth.
as we make our way into the Carrack, it's not just environments or caves or cities. We can represent the ship on our interior map.
So this is the current Carrack, because there's that bug at the door.
Or caves or cities. We can
There's the
represent
geometry poking out here. That happens live right now. This is the current Carrack.
the ship on our interior map. And it's totally seamless as you transition between the two. So let's go ahead and pull up our Mobiglass again and get a wider view of our ship.
I will never get done looking at this map. Oh, it's so good.
So we are now on the technical deck.
I
We
wish you
can
would
also
do.
see the other floors.
I thought that was my mouse. I wish you would do a brighter call out
If you technical
There we
deck,
to show the floor you're on. Because I can see like this cross me way easier than I can see the bottom deck. It's all kind of like in there.
but we can also see the other floors. If you traverse the floors, Bone, just to demonstrate it.
Oh, okay, so there is like a
Here's our cartography deck.
like selection thing. That was just
Down
the
one.
overview.
And our habitation deck. So you will have noticed
Got
from the
it.
previous presentation that this was very similar looking, right? It's utilizing our tech. So not only will this benefit you as a player, but it also benefits us as developers, because we generalize this system so that other developers can leverage our map to create compelling gameplay.
That's super cool.
Other teams can leverage our tech, and we leverage the tech from other teams, and it's a circle of life. And I think that's just too cool for school. So,
Looks so crisp. I need
we've been talking about environments, cities, representing ships on our map, maybe planet terrain. These are quite, I mean, our universe is quite big, right? That's only a small fraction of what our universe is. What if, what happens? Have we tried this? What happens if we just take your mouse wheel and just zoom out a little bit? Keep going. Keep zooming out, all the way out, all the way out. Let's go, let's go. So, it's not just the interior map, it's not just the radar, it is the map. It is one single unified system just across different scales. And I want, at this point, we are above Crusader, and at this point, I want to invite Emily Hansen onto the stage to talk about the map as seen at this scale. Thank you very much, everybody.
I hope this is real soon.
Hello, CitizenCon! Are you ready for this? Phone, do you want to click on the marker?
Nice.
As you all suspected, this is the star map.
And again, all the flourishes. We got several different size of grids. Now we have these like little rings to show what you're mousing over. You even have this 3D grid up here, and then the compass around it. These are all flourishes. You also have a... That says 10x, but that says 120x. So I was going to say that... And then that's 1x. Does that turn as you zoom in and out? I don't know. But flourishes normally mean it's quite close to done.
I'm so excited to be here today to reveal this to you all. I hope you're excited too. Now, I think we all know the current star map needed a bit of work. And we've done that. Now, mapping the universe is no easy task, but we've taken some big steps forward with this upgrade to make it so much easier for you to navigate the stars. Before we dive into the details, let's just take a second to admire Crusader's new look. Bone, why don't you take a look around? Much like the interior map, the star map is holographic. And this lets us add some cool interference effects and details to our palette.
There was... Mafu, no. I don't remember which one it was, but there was a very similar effect. Oh my gosh. That hurts.
Verified general settings. Book will appear on the top right corner feature.
It's funny. That's navigating the universe. Making maps. There was a really old demo that also had it keeps doing that. It also had a map version, and it looked a lot like it.
Wait for it to charge up, and if you get it right.
Week-long endeavor, and they even had to battle it out with some.
Where is that UI? Oh. Hey, look, it's ABN.
And we're just on all different types of environments, and it's just really fun, unique system to use.
The reason why we kind of wanted to do this overhaul was to make the mobiGlas feel a bit more in-world. So that includes utilizing more of the arm to communicate that this UI is associated with your arm and the projector.
Yeah, one of the great features for mobiGlas that we're trying to build out now is, while everybody has come to know the blue LED visual style that we have, we're looking to implement a feature that will let the users kind of customize the color to their liking. So if there's any issues with the
And this, I believe, was still all in Flash.
that they want.
We also have this idea of adding more customization into the home screen. So what you'll be able to do is, much like a support screen in a ship, is customize what different blocks display. So we have just these kind of placeholder live elements here. So anything can go in each of these little blocks here, and you'll be able to customize what displays where. So eventually we'll have the ability to kind of drag one of these apps here, whether it's like your UEC bank account.
Not technically that one, but it was very similar to this, just way
Planet
earlier.
textures. You can also see our improved player marker, and that we're currently at Orison. The player and location markers have merged at this scale because they're so close together. The player marker takes priority, which is why the marker displays the player icon and color. By smartly merging with bigger points of interest at larger scales, the player marker always remains visible to you. You'll always know where you are relative to points of interest near and far. So, is everyone ready to see more? Bone, let's take the step back button. That's the one on the right over here. So we can take a look at Crusader and all of its moons.
Nice.
Yeah, so here we are, Crusader, its moons, orbits. You can also see that labels have received a major visual update. They're now fully 3D, and this gives them a really cool perspective. Most labels are aligned to the galactic plane, and they rotate with the map. Bone, give the map a spin. Bone, can you tilt past the horizon, please? Cool. When we do this, the labels flip so you can always read them clearly.
Yay. Legibility.
Labels for city markers and outposts work a little bit differently. Bone, let's double click on Cellin now to focus on it.
It's so good.
Surface labels face the camera and appear when they're in the central part of the planet, reducing on-screen clutter. Bone, want to show this in action?
Oh, it's so good. Like, I'm just saying, like, thinking about how maneuvering around the world is going to be with this map.
Markers on the far side of the planet fade out, so they don't take focus from the locations you currently care more about on the near side of the planet. Bone, can you double click on one of the points of interest? As we selected this marker, its label will stay visible at all angles. So far, we've showed you that you can use buttons and double-clicking to jump to objects you're interested in. But wouldn't it be nice if you could also freely zoom out and into locations? Shall we try it, Bone? Let's zoom out until we can see Crusader. We
Yeah.
wanted to ensure you have freedom
So this thing does tell you about what your zoom is.
to move around, but this flexibility requires us to be really careful about how and when markers appear. Markers need to disappear when they get too small, but also stay visible when they're still relevant to your view. This isn't simple because objects in a solar system are vastly different sizes. Think about the size of a star versus a planet versus you, the player. You're kind of small compared to a star, right? Our solution is a technique we call cosmetic scaling. This allows us to draw a marker at its real size when we are close to it and artificially increase its size as we zoom out until we reach the point where it collapses into larger points of interest in the hierarchy. You can see this in action here. There's no way Crusader and its moons are this size at this scale in reality. They've been scaled up massively so you can see them. Bone, let's zoom out a bit more so we can see the moons disappear. You can also start to see Crusader's orbit line around the sun here. But before we go back to before we move on to that, let's zoom back in so we can see everything come back as we get closer.
Everything zooms to your cursor, not your mouse. So your map cursor, not your mouse cursor.
As well as zoom, you can also pan around the map unrestricted. Bone, feel free to have a quick look around.
Moves your
As
cursor.
we draw closer to a marker, the cursor automatically magnetizes to it. This ensures you never lose track of what you're trying to view when you zoom in. No more zooming in on empty space.
Yay!
Bone, let's use this technique to take a closer look at Yayla. The magnetic cursor does not require us to click on markers. Keep zooming in. Bone, can you keep zooming in? Thank you. You can see that the surface markers appear without us needing to select Yayla itself. Imagine how much easier finding that outpost will be now. Crusader, as you all know, isn't all there is, though. We've got a pretty big universe out here. Do you want to see some more? Let's have a look at a location further afield. Can we just pan to Calliope, maybe? Bone, let's give that a try. Yeah, I think we're getting lost. Pretty sure we can all disagree this might not be the best strategy. So what can we do? Bone, let's try clicking on the middle button over here. This returns us to our previously selected marker. As I mentioned, we did not select Yayla, so we've gone back to Selin. So now we know where we are. That's a step in the right direction, but we're still not at Calliope. So we need to find a different way. Bone, could you use the step back button until we can see the whole solar system, please? And there it is. I think Calliope is one of Microtech's moons. So if we double click on that bone, we should be able to see it. And there it is. Bone, let's pan to it and then zoom in so we can see that magnetic cursor in action again.
Nice.
Can you zoom in, Bone? Thank you. It's so cool to see more of our moons and planets and how different they all look. Okay, so this is great. But what if I hadn't already known where Calliope was? Surely there's a faster way. We've got you. We've provided a drop-down that lists the points of interest in the solar system. Bone, want to expand it now? actively working on ways to improve the way this list is presented to you, to make it even easier to find what you're looking for. And yes, this will include search functionality.
Which is my favorite part, for sure.
But for now, Bone, let's use this to go to Aerial.
Nice.
I absolutely love zooming around on this map. Bone, want to find Area 18 for me?
Nice.
So, Area 18 is currently on the dark side of the planet, it seems. Of course, it's not just planets and moons. Bone, how about we take a look at Security Post Korea? It's quite a long way down, isn't it? This is where the upcoming search will really come in useful. Bone, want to zoom in a little and show off our holographic model of this station?
I'm sure it has
Bone,
a...
can you also drop down again, please? Thank you. As you may have noticed, the recent list in the drop-down populates as you click on locations in the list. It will remember your 3 most recent selections, so you can use this to quickly return to places in case you want to check something else again. Bone, let's use this to go back to Aerial. Okay, so we've done a lot of exploring. I think it's time that we head back. We could do this by selecting Orison from the list, but we also have our own marker that we can take advantage of here. The eagle-eyed amongst you may have noticed that the player marker clamps to the edge of the map, keeping it visible to you no matter how far away you go. To get back to our position, we could double-click that marker, or we could click the first of the navigation buttons to zoom straight there. Now, I'm sure many of you have been wondering if we can go back to our Carrack map from the star map, just like how we got here from the Carrack map just a few minutes ago. So, let's see what happens when we focus on our player marker. Go ahead, Bone.
Very nice.
All right, so yeah, here's our Carrack again. Being able to simply zoom between these map contexts lets you draw meaningful connections between what's on the ground and what's in the skies like never before. Bone, just for fun, let's zoom all the way back out so we can see the entire Stanton solar system.
There's a quite jump between local and
It's just
star
so
map.
cool to watch the verse open up before our eyes.
And they did mention that they don't have a larger than this map yet. That's not something that they currently have. They mentioned that on the SCL. Mostly because it's just 2 systems. There wasn't a need for it, I guess, right now. So hopefully they have something that they're working on, because Squadron probably has a lot more planets, or a lot more star systems that we go through.
With all these new possibilities for moving around the star map, you should never find yourself lost again. The controls are so much smoother and easier to use than the star map you're all used to, as I hope Bone agrees. Knowing that what we've shown here today is just the beginning for the upgraded star map. You saw pinning in the local map, and we'll add this to the star map before you get it. Just imagine being able to mark something interesting you find out there in the verse, and then sharing that location with friends, just like Zane said. Exploration is about to get a lot more interesting, and we're doing everything we can to ensure the star map is your brightest window to the stars yet. And now, let's welcome our intrepid demo driver, Bone, back to the stage.
Thanks, Emily. Thanks a lot. So we're really, really excited about getting all these features into your hands of the players of Star Citizen and Squadron 42. We know they're going to make a huge difference to the way you make your way around the universe. So let's just quickly review what we've seen. We've rebuilt the visor display to give you a better understanding of the environment around you. With the new minimap, with the integrated radar and ping, and it will help you find your way around. There's a new mobiGlas coming with its sleek new design. We're improving all the existing apps, and we're going to develop some new ones too along the way. So we've got a video now. And then there's our interior map technology, which will truly help you understand your surroundings. Better awareness of your surroundings and threats, exploring new mapping new areas, pinning locations for later and sharing these with your friends.
I wonder where that is.
Or the Idris. That looks great.
There's a lot of deck on the main deck. Like, there's just so much space on it. And this is back in Crusader.
Some more of Horizon.
So it's obviously an earlier attempt at this mission.
And of course, our entirely new integrated star map. With its new interface and, let's face it, a much needed refresh to the user experience.
That Rock Place was
No
Odin
more
from
getting
Squadron
lost.
42. That makes sense.
A whole new perspective.
It didn't seem anywhere familiar to me, so yeah, that makes sense.
With all these upcoming features, where will you explore today? Thank you very much. Cheers.
Do you go on the next one? Nope, it went backwards. It's okay, we have it here. Character advancement. So that was the end of that panel. I'm gonna get up and stretch my legs, and then we'll be right back with his character advancement with Ian Leland, art director, Sean Tracy, senior director of tools and tech content, Andre Pierce, lead hair artist. Is this the next one, really? Yeah. I thought this was like almost at the end. All right. For Stefan, and another Sean Tracy. So we'll be back with that. I'll be about 5 minutes or so, and then we'll be back. How long till we have it? What practically do you think they need to do to get into PU? I imagine there's a little bit of polishing. They already mentioned that they have to kind of reskin the mobiGlas, plus update that. The map itself, it probably needs a lot of gameplay hookups and a lot of testing within the PU environment to make sure that is dynamic as they need it to be. Because I highly doubt it's tested for exploration. You probably already have all the maps you need in Squadron, or at least you go get them somewhere. There's a lot more edge cases in a game like Star Citizen. So I'm going to put on some music, and then I'll be right back. I was about to stop the music, but this is like one of my favorite songs in Star Citizen. That was a good break. Also, because he's just awesome, and I've recently found him, Pirate Software on YouTube is just amazing to listen to. He's apparently ex-security dev, also worked at Blizzard. His dad apparently did like every Blizzard cinematic you've ever seen. But just really positive energy from him, and I think it's awesome. So Pirate Software on YouTube. I've been watching a lot of his shorts, not a lot of his normal videos. No, he also streams. That's where all of his shorts come from. I'll get to those eventually, but his last one was just super cool, actually. Like, let's just is this the same? Yeah, no, that's not what I want. It's the other channel. We don't watch that channel. This right here.
Thanks for sending links to your website. I hope you can learn to become a dev. You can. Understand something. You can do anything if you give yourself the breathing room to do so. You may not be able to do it as good as some other people. You may not be able to do it as quickly as some other people, but that doesn't matter. You can do something that they can't do in a way that they can't do it. That's the point. So don't ever compare yourself to somebody else. Don't ever compare yourself to somebody else's work. Compare your work to your work a month ago. Compare you to past you. That's how you know if you're progressing or not. And always keep that in mind. Thanks for...
Dude, your daily motivational speech right there, provided by Mr. Pirate Software. Thank you so much. Like, that's, yeah. And like his channel was one of those like that finally kicked me in the back of the head to finally start developing my a game, and to get back on it, to keep doing it, and to just try and have a goal in mind. So a lot of people can like game dev with no goals. I can't. I've wanted to. I've tried, and that's the point to me. It's like I've wanted to, and I still can't. So I need a goal. So this current goal is just a simple sandbox game, simple, that could balloon into something bigger. And I know the short and long, so I know where I can go with it. So I know what I can start with. And there's some simple things that I can start with, and I really want to see if I can manage those smalls so that I can possibly take it much, much bigger. And hopefully find some friends along the way. That's the plan. So a lot of my focus is on game dev right now. Also in Space Engineers. And then Star Citizen. It's great. It's great. It's a great time to be me. I'm just being pulled by all of my hobbies in every different direction. It's great. Getting back to the theme of the hour, of the last 4 hour, or the next 2 hours. We only have 2 more hours, so we will only get through this panel if we get through this panel at all. Yeah, because we're about twice the amount of time per panel. Little bit over. So we should be able to get this done. And then I gotta get to bed because I gotta be at work at 7 o'clock in the morning. It's currently 10 o'clock, so 2 hours will be 12. It'll be 7 hours. 8, 9. So it's 9 hours currently till I have to be at work. Oh, it's terrible. Fortunately, I only work for 5 hours tomorrow, and I have the next 2 days off. So content shall be made. I will have the first episode of our freighter build up on YouTube. At least next week. I'll have it done by the end of this week. So, and I have a completely new workflow that I'm going to be using for the second episode in the series. I'm super excited. And then after we're done with the freighter build, which shouldn't be too long, maybe 6 months. Hopefully, like 6 months or less. We'll be moving on to a modular station, which is going to be really cool. I'm probably also going to break that up with both projects up with smaller builds, because we have an entire, not built out yet, but I'm working on it, an entire lore universe that we're building out with ships and fleets and companies and governments and things, and different companies will produce different ships for different people, and they'll have different themes and colors and things. So one of the things I want to do soon is get a style guide down with shape language, but I gotta be in Space Engineers to do that. So there might be in a couple weeks a style guide building video over on the Space Engineers channel. So super excited for that too. I was just like super excited. I cannot wait for January because I get a lot less work at my traditional job in January. I'm getting distracted again. We're gonna play the video.
Hello there. Hey everyone, it's so good to see you all again in person. Thanks for coming out. So I'm Ian, I'm the art director for Star Citizen. We're gonna kick off the first ever day 2 of CitizenCon by talking.
Okay, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. No, not logo. Schedule. Okay. Oh, I got this completely. Okay. Wait. What did they break? Star Citizen. Guys. Jared, come on. Okay. That was a really good panel. Unfortunately, it was like... and I hate this. I hate this. It was... We weren't supposed to do that till there. So this and the next one, this one, are in correct succession. We were supposed to start out with Fix It and Fly today. I've been talking ship. That is... Fix It and Fly, and then Taking Flight. No, it should be Talking Ship, so it's... And then that's like when... Okay, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We're going to be... Nope, that's Talking Ship. We're going to be Fix It and Fly. Which is actually a pretty good one to watch afterwards. We're going to have way more context watching it this way than the other way around. It's just going to be interesting. This one has Thorsten Lehrman. And, oh boy, that's definitely from Montreal. We're going to find out when they're introduced them. Fix It and Fly It.
Hello. I'm Thorsten Leimann, lead systems designer for the EUPU team, and welcome to this little presentation of our most ambitious feature that we are working on for quite a while already. We already talked about it several times, but this time it will be a little bit different.
Lead system designer.
Before we start jumping into the presentation, here's a little disclaimer. Everything that you are about to see in this presentation was done by the EUPU team, so, well, mostly. We got help from the vehicle content team and the VGPU team. So what you will see here is mainly placeholder art that was either done by Guillermo, Bastien, or me, so members of our team.
Guillermo something.
Gameplay that we focus on in this presentation. So what you will notice here is also that the UI is still work in progress, so visual changes even throughout this entire presentation. So we are still iterating. But let's start with the actual presentation. Those that follow us for quite some time probably know about the resource network already, but let's do a brief recap. We will be talking here about our technology, that is resource network, and the engineering gameplay that can be called a child of the resource network. The engineering task will allow you to manage your ships, outposts, and possibly other things. Let's have Guillermo talk about the technology first. So welcome on stage, Guillermo.
Those paints fit really well. I wonder if that was like planned. The A2 fits really well with the saber. They need to have a Gladius in this kind of the black and red. Or an arrow. Like that you have the I don't know if those are medium or heavy fighters. You had the bigger fighters. I think they should be medium, right? You have a bomber, just they're protecting. So you need like a couple wings of light fighters.
Thank you.
Guillermo, what?
Hi everyone, I'm Guillermo Bilbao.
Bilbao. Guillermo Bilbao.
And I'm going to talk about the Reason Network. So, what is the Reason Network? The main drive for the Reason Network was replacing the previous pipe system you might have heard about with a new system that was more generalized, easier to expand, and that would support all the gameplay we actually want to do. And yeah, so it is a network.
So technology replaced the old pipe system. Global impact will be used extensively all over the game. What you talk about? How will players interact with it? Engineering puzzles in mission locations and some other gameplay cases that we'll talk about later. Funny.
As you can see on that picture, showing the connections between different items, even those inside of your containers.
What ship is this? Turret. I want to say that's the Corsair, but I couldn't tell you. But then there'd be like a ring of stuff. I don't know what. There's another turret there. What is two turrets that close to each other? There's a turret there. There's a turret there. There's a turret there. Does the A2 have that many turrets? There's also front-facing guns. What? I'm so confused. That's far too large. Let's get... like... That's the shape of this, like, network. So, like, that's why I'm thinking, like, Corsair, because it has that, like... has that, like, bend. It has, like, turrets all over here. And here. And then that's also a turret. You have front facers there and there. Maybe it's just a really bad laid out hammerhead? Maybe? Like if that's in our turret, then it's like bottom turret, that and that, like those are supposed to be over there, and top turret. Then you have your forward facing ones. I think maybe it's just a bad laid out network for, again, the hammerhead.
And it enables specifically the relay gameplay we're going to show right after. So it will have a global impact. You're going to see it in ships, you're going to see it in outposts. It's built to work with the cargo system in some ways. And as for interacting with it, the engineering gameplay we showed today is going to be the biggest example, but you will also see it in other places, especially in missions.
And also in outposts.
Thorsten talk about it a bit more.
So hello again. So as a crew member of a ship or as a person managing an outpost, you have several responsibilities, where the engineering topic can be split in 3 activities, and you can decide to share those responsibilities or take them all by yourself. It's really up to you.
Tune, maintain, and manage.
Their own skills and their own tool sets. There is tuning. Here you are responsible for preparing your ship. Your journey did not start yet, so you adjust your ship items based on your goals for the travels. exchange sub-items, adjust the default settings of your power plant, basically operations that require you to turn off the items or even remove them from their sockets. The next activity is maintaining, and this is all about damage control and keeping the items in pristine or pristine enough state. You are the mechanic that makes sure that everything is and stays operable. Maybe even go further in the sense of caring for the items. And what caring means is here reducing the wear and tear rate by regularly removing dust or oiling the items, just as some quick examples. So let's actually show you some of the maintenance you can already do and will be able to do. So here we start with 2 gameplay mechanics that are already in the game, so technically nothing new, but the entire engineering loop ties them nicely together. Here you saw me collecting IMC, or still collecting, and now I will take the shield generator of the recently destroyed Gladius to use them as a spare part for myself.
Interesting, the detachment UI is
so all of this is of
not
course
there.
optional. So you can purchase those items already and in the future even assemble them for yourself.
I really do think we're going to be getting freight elevators very soon, because getting items and bigger cargo containers, for that matter, on your ship is basically, and off your ship, is really important, or it's like a main feature, and freight elevators are really important for that. Turning items like components into inventory is a big thing. Once that comes online, I will be like on top of my salvage team to absolutely, like, no, you're gonna start storing items for us, guns and components and things. That is going to be a salvage guy's job. Maybe we even like specialize somebody, like, hey, your job is to collect all these things, and then we'll like bring them over to like someone's hangar, and that way we can like outfit ships properly.
So crafting.
What? Hold on. What was that?
Optional. So you can purchase those items already and in the future even assemble them for yourself. So crafting. While the Fury approaches, you might get the glimpse of a debug UI. So there is the Fury now coming. I activated the debug UI to show you the...
There we go. Fuse sub-item citizen con demo mic 90% is what... oh, you guys can't see it. There we go. What this says over here.
The Fury now coming. I activated the debug.
And we also have the new map system and the new HUD system.
UI to show you the health state of each item. And what you should have seen is that the shield generator is fully destroyed and the power plant that I'm about to take out now is in low health. Low health means you can still repair it. So which you will be happening now with Guillermo and Pete repairing the power plant after I removed it from the Fury. So it's making it fully functional again. And here you see the debug UI, the health is now fully up again, and that means that it runs at full efficiency again. And here you also see that the shield generator is at 0 health, so the destroyed shield generator cannot be repaired because it's destroyed. So I have to exchange it with the spare one that I collected from the Gladius.
I can't wait for bigger ships like Liberator soon, please.
So with all those repairs being done, the Fury is operatable again and it can go its way.
Very nice. Very clean.
So getting back to the responsibilities. A big one is managing your ship, which includes resources, but also more general aspects. You have to manage the power distribution and come up with informed decisions, like reacting to hazards like malfunctions, fire, low energy, but also calling out items that need repair and maintenance. You will delegate the rest of your crew to keep your ships intact, like giving clear priorities of what needs to be done first. Let's take a look
This
at
is only a
another
25-minute talk. Okay.
So this is the first glimpse of the engineering UI in action. It is still being worked on, so it's heavy work in progress. Let's start with looking at the item view. So you can see the full...
I like you can turn off each of these layers. So we saw the original one image at the beginning of this thing. Right there. That one has the vehicle turned off, so you don't see the hologram. You can also shut off the network view and just see the items. You can also just turn off the items and see the network. I don't know why you do that, but, you know, it's a thing.
Full setup of the network with the relays, the green dots connecting to each other, and the relays connecting to the items. Color and shape below the icons should help you identify the different item types, like power plants.
That's a weird
weapons.
slow sneeze.
Also helping differentiate between consumer, producer, and converters. You can tell the current state of the item. That means the amount of energy it produces, consumes, or has stowed. The health state it is in, the current wear and tear on the item, and the current state it runs in, like charging.
I don't think this is going to be as intense as a lot of people are speculating. Once you're being pounded by a fleet of arrows, I think a lot will be manageable. Singe? Handed? A lot of it will be manageable, singe-handed. I'm not sure what that means. I hope as the like the system they're gonna put in is not going to be the end system. We're not going to repair stuff with repair beams in the end. There's gonna be a lot more repair than just throwing RMC at stuff. I intend to learn all 3 roles. Absolutely. I plan to be able to play this game. Like, if I had an infinite amount of time, I plan to be as good at the game as I could run a Pegasus solo. I don't ever intend to run a Pegasus solo, but I fully plan to have the skill to do so. I intend to learn all 3 roles, all maintenance for the months. I want to do all the engineering. Yes. I think a lot of people are dismissing the tuning section as because we don't have any tuning in now, they really don't know what it means. And if it is actually preparing for missions, as they said, like it will be, instead of having the power triangle, it'll basically be a pre-mission power triangle that you have on all these components. So it'll be going through the ship saying, okay, we're going to be probably taking fire, so we're going to want these relays off. We're going to want this styled to like shields or whatever. And basically getting the ship ready to either take a beating, to give a beating, to go run faster. Maybe you're in a race and your tuner's in there. Like, I bet I can get a little more out of the engines if we dial the coolers up, but give it a little more power. But we're going to have to take that power from the maneuvering thrusters. So it'll give you more in a straight line, but your maneuvering's down. But that's the track. Like, we're tuning it for the track. And then obviously you have the mechanic, which is, you know, your pit crew. And then you have the maintenance guy, which is the head of the pit crew. So.
Or being in an idle state. You can directly interact with these items, turn them on and off, and in the future even switch their states. If you hover over a relay, that I will be hopefully doing soon, you will also see that the amount of fuses that are still active, and because a relay consists of several fuses, basically they are their own set of lives. And here you see all the details. Like you can click on the items to see a 3D render of the power plant here, the quantum drive, sorry. And here's the relay overlay. Here Pete shoots a relay to show the UI updates on the screen. So once this relay got shot at, you will see the update here on the UI that suddenly the entire right-hand side of your ship lost power connection.
A weird like
And
cut on my arm.
what you might have not picked up on the screen is that actually the power plant here that I'm now focusing on is on low health. So I'm commanding Simon to repair the power plant to get it fully operational again.
Yeah, staring at that screen and telling your mechanics where to be is
Since we also track the door states, you
big
see
job.
that you can watch movement inside your ships now nicely. So you can track players moving around in your ship and even close doors for them, or like compartments in this case where Simon just forgot to close the compartment. Yeah, so Pete destroyed the relay, but we need the ship in fully functional state. So yeah, I'm running now with a fuse and place it on in the relay, so make the relay work again. What you can also do with the doors is that you can create safe pathways, because you sitting at this engineering screen have more information in regards to your ship than the others. So you open doors to create a path that the players on your ship have to take. Now to the room view. That is mainly the life support controls plus controlling all doors. Again, we show the details of each room, like the temperature, pressure, atmosphere composition. So everything that is relevant for like you living on a
I'm more
ship.
interested in the possibility of setting
We also show the
traps
door
for
states where you
intruders.
can now have precise control over each door in your ship, as you see here. This will also allow you to
The
have
only
more
thing we
control over
don't really have is well, once we have the ping, we do. So if we do a hard ping and see someone's on our ship, like especially with the Hercules, we can lock the ladder, or the not the ladder, but the ladder in the elevator down and vent to the bottom. If they're not in spacesuit, we win. But we can also just, lock them out of the top,
which door
or lock them out of the
compartments to open.
bridge.
So here, again, showing opening the power plant. That also helps very much in already telling players, hey, you should repair this item, so I open that door for you, and they directly know which item you mean. It also allows us to control like the outside-facing doors much better. So you can directly open, if you just want to open the left side ramp, or the front-facing ramp, or the back-facing ramp.
Very nice. I wonder what they do for more than 2 state items. They should also let you turn off
We
gravity.
did it last year already, but let's make our crew suffocate again. So
Ow.
the moment that you basically pull off their helmets, and now me pressing the cycle button, you see that the entire atmosphere in this room is vented, and yeah, well, the consequence is death.
Very nice.
So, as you can tell, engineering gameplay will bring a lot of changes. Some of those changes are adding batteries to ships that will allow you to get a little bit of extra power for a short amount of time. Allowing you to control items directly, where it's not only their on-off state, but also their resource consumption. And where the biggest change that will come in this update is basically to the resource consumption and generation. So let's talk about energy balance. Currently, ships are balanced such that they consume less energy than they produce. What I mean with that is that the sum of all items requires less energy than the power plant will provide. And this has to change. The energy rebalance that I will explain to you now will affect mainly bigger ships. Single-seaters will still behave like they do now. For big ships, we will focus on item groups. Those require energy, but your ships will not provide enough energy to have all components run at 100% all the time. Instead, you have to decide what you want to have permanently powered by your power plant. So managing decisions will have an impact now. You could decide, as in this example, to shut down your thrusters to turn on the weapons.
The inclusion of batteries is an interesting idea. Looking forward to seeing what the balance is like practically. Batteries actually have been talked about for a couple of years now because vehicles, ground vehicles, like the Steve, the PTV, I think even the Cyclones, they don't have traditional engines. They only have batteries. At least from the last one, that was before this system. I know they have power plants, but do they have power? They should have power plants. I think it was the Steve or the PTV that was said to only have a battery, not a power plant. I know there was something that we were talking about, like it, but they were talking about ground vehicles getting primarily batteries. And this whole system kind of flips everything on their head as far as how your ship functions, or what functions you're able to use from your ship.
Isn't the best choice, since you will not be able to maneuver, so might not help when you are attacked. You would be able to shoot though. And here comes in the batteries. In scenarios where you need to react, you can activate the batteries and use the additional power. Batteries won't last forever, but you at least can power additional systems. You will be able to recharge the batteries again, but you need to free up energy from the power plant to direct into the batteries. I think that was a little bit more than just a recap, but now Guillermo will talk about malfunctions.
GMO.
So I will talk about malfunctions real quick and get you guys to the next video since we're a bit behind schedule. What are malfunctions? If you've seen misfires in the persistent universe for seals, for thrusters, you've seen a very basic version of it. We're making them more complex, we're making them more lethal in some ways and more fun to interact with. Also, some of the new malfunctions will include fire, spreading misfires that represent electrical surges going through the ship, or signature burst, which increases your signature and makes you show up on enemy sensors more easily. As for how you will counter them, you've seen suffocating people with life support. You will also be able to suffocate the fire with life support, which is probably more useful. You will be repairing them, not necessarily only with a repair beam, but also replacing parts or some bespoke behavior per misfire. And if all else fails, just turn it off and on. And here's a video of the fire in action. You've seen in other videos the fire. This is a small fire. You can just put it out with a fire extinguisher. Pretty simple. It just works. Here's a bit of a bigger fire. It might be that you cannot only put it out on your own.
Slowly creeping through the hallway.
So here we have one crew member that's going to try to put it out with a fire extinguisher to mixed results. And here we have the option of using the life support system to also set up before and just venting the area. And now you can see that the fire, once we get to that compartment, has been successfully put out.
Gameplay.
Okay, so let's get Thorsten back on stage. You saw a lot of the systems in action, but let's get a video of one of our play sessions, which is gonna probably show it a bit better.
So, yeah. I have to excuse myself already because I was leading this group of players being attacked by the Gladius, and I did a poor job, but more to that in that video. Yeah, Guillermo, we wanted to talk about...
So for this demo, we have modified the damage system slightly to represent impact penetration on a very basic level. So you are gonna see that the quantum drive is gonna be hit by the Gladius attacking the ship.
So, yeah, being attacked by a Gladius for an A2 isn't like a big challenge, but in this setup we were not like fully staffed. That means we had our engineers running around and yeah, no one being seated in the turrets. So, yeah, our goal was basically to flee the Gladius, and yeah, with the Gladius actually shooting the quantum drive and damaging it, I thought, hey, it's a good idea to tell Pete and Simon to repair the quantum drive as a priority. As you can see, I somehow missed that the habitation room caught fire. I tried to, yeah, well, prevent further damage to it, but yeah, I failed. Yeah, so that was causing a bit to the panic, so I even got distracted in this moment. So we managed to have the quantum drive survive, but here I notice, oh, actually the power plant also starts to take damage, and at this moment I'm also telling Pete and Simon to switch their attention to the power plant, because if we lose the power plant, it's also like almost impossible to flee. So here I realized, oh my god, we are going down fast, and I think at this point now, yeah, I opened the compartment to make it access faster, but that was already too late, so the power plant died. And yeah, so the backup is to activate the batteries, which I did here. So Simon and Pete still tried their very best to fix it, but yeah, didn't manage to. Yeah, the attack moved to the forward side, targeting the batteries, because the player who was attacking us actually knew the ship layout. And yeah, here I noticed that the second power plant is also got attacked, so have to redirect our mechanics to it. And at this point we wanted to flee, and then I realized why doesn't the quantum drive work? And as you saw, that there is a relay that also got destroyed. So
he's also talking about specifically fully crewed A2. If you have, you know, your 3 engineers and everyone on a turret, you should be fine. Like, you can have your engineers repairing systems inside, keeping that topped up, and you can have your turrets working on the Gladius. In that scenario, the Gladius is not going to do much to an A2. Also, the engineer would probably be, you know, prioritizing whatever it is that you're trying to do. So shields would be a priority, and if you're trying to run, then engines, and if you're quantum drive, and if you're trying to fight, shields. So it'd be whatever it is you're trying to do at the time. Also, your engineer, maintenance manager, that was manager is their job to prioritize what exactly you're trying to do. Or you're, as a captain, you're supposed to say, we're going to do this, and your manager is supposed to go, okay, so I'm going to take that to the engineering crew, and they're going to say what we're prioritizing, whether it be shields, guns, engines, quantum drives, relays, and giving out the breakdown what their the engineers, the maintenance people need to do, the mechanics need to be focusing on, whether it's the quantum drive, the relay that's still out. Obviously, the manager can vent fire, so fire's not a priority here. You could even start venting the entire ship if need be, just to make sure fires don't happen. So yeah, there's a lot of immersion gameplay out of this. And generically, even when I've found myself in fights in the Hercules, running is always an option. So as long as you keep that quantum drive online, you're pretty good.
at the quantum drive.
But
position,
also,
that means
he says it shouldn't be so much of a big deal that the Gladius is attacking the A2, but like they went down pretty quick.
means that the quantum drive cannot be accessed from the pilot seat. That means that yeah, I also had to get that repaired. So it was a bit chaotic.
Imagine if the Gladius was trying.
Here trying to save the second power plant because we're already running out of battery life. So yeah, if we would have lost the second power plant, that would have been our certain death. And I think at in the next part of the video, we basically asked someone to fix the relay at the back so that we still be able to jump away. Yeah, so we at least managed to save one of the power plants.
Eventually.
Yeah, that's now. I think it was Pete running there and fixing the fuse. And the next step was the pilot trying to push the quantum drive, but it was too late. We died, and the end of the show.
Huh.
Yeah, thanks.
So what? Hold on. What was?
Yeah, the next step. I think it was.
Was there one more shot of it? No, I guess not. Was it the? What else exploded?
Pilot trying to push the.
Oh, there it is.
The next step was the pilot.
Huh. I wonder what exactly went down.
Trying to push the quantum drive, but
There's also supposedly fire going on.
And the end of the show. Yeah, thanks. So, what you just saw gives a good idea of how busy ships will be and what meaningful multi-crew gameplay will look like. But what about the future? Since we worked on technology that will be used throughout the entire game, you will see more and more coming utilizing this tech. It will introduce systemic gameplay with allowing players to come up with creative ways of manipulating their environments. Sabotaging a power plant.
I know it has nothing to do with it, but there's an Argo MPV body right there.
Or destroying a vital relay that connects it all to shut down an entire enemy base. That can include its life support or security systems. It would also tie in nicely with Maelstrom that you just saw, and anything that will break off will lose its connection to the network and therefore have an impact on its functionality. So it's a real systemic feature. The technology allows us also to take further steps into the crafting profession as well as in the base building, where both are related to each other. Bases built by player will also form resource networks and come with their unique challenges similar to ships. We are all really excited about the future of this tech and all the associated features. So there's a huge thanks for all people involved. So thanks to the entire EUPU team, the vehicle teams, Jared, Active Feature team, and the Arena Commander team. They all were super supportive to get this behemoth into a state that you could see here. And it's something that has been a long time coming, and we are really proud of it. So thank you for sticking with us on this journey. Wait, there's one more thing.
Which was the theme of CitizenCon.
So we really want to get your hands. We really want you to get your hands on this because we already had a lot of fun with it. I hope all of you have heard of the experimental mode in the Arena Commander. So we want to bring you what you saw here as an experimental mode before we put everything into the PU.
When?
And this will be soon. So, thank you.
All right. So that takes us out of that. No, that's not the next panel. Don't even go there. It's Talking Ship is the next panel. That is a 42-minute video. Yeah, I think there's not much due in the in-between this time. It's only been about 20, 30 minutes, so just goes right on to the next one. John Crew, Ben Curtis, Mark Gibson, and Ellen Butler Jr.
Hi everyone. Have we had a good morning looking at cool stuff? Great. My name's John Crew. I'm the vehicle director here at Cloud Imperium Games.
And my name is Ben Curtis. I am the vehicle art director at CIG.
So we're going to spend the next 45 minutes talking ship. We're going to show you some cool stuff that you've hopefully seen, some cool stuff that you're not supposed to have seen, but you probably already have, and some cool stuff, again, you're not supposed to have seen, but what you've seen is wrong. So hopefully we can clear that up for you all. Right, so that was the A1 Spirit trailer. Pretty cool video. But we're now going to do a bit of a slightly deeper dive into the actual art and visuals of the ship.
As we move into the heart of the ship, this area is kind of like really dominated by those 10 sci-fi bombs. And then we go straight into engineering, where you find the rest of the ship components that it needs. Up front, we've got a completely fully featured habitation area, suit lockers, weapon lockers, pod beds, everything you're going to need. And then right at the cockpit, we have a two-pilot cockpit, and I think the Crusader engineers have done a fantastic job of putting everything that the pilot needs right at their fingertips. So, you know, in the heat of battle, you kind of might just eke out that advantage. Exterior-wise, it's classic Crusader. We've got our recessed weapons. We've got our rear-mounted remote turret. And then underneath is all business. We've got the missile racks, and we've got the big bomb bays. And I think overall, Crusader have done it again. They've done a amazing job of packaging something that's like super feature rich and something stylish, sleek, looks fast, but still super aggressive. And then here is one last look. Oh, or not. Okay, that was one last look of the interior.
There. So we had a really cool cutaway that you half saw. I'm sure we can show you that again later. If you like what you saw there, that is available now on that link and a QR code there that hopefully takes you to the right place. So that is available in Alpha 321, which went live Thursday. I've honestly lost track of time the last few days. So yeah, that's the current. Let's talk about something a bit further in the past. So, we have a timeline here from the today all the way through to today in game. And throughout that time period, we have our manufacturers in lore, starting with RSI in the very near future, going all the way through to Mirai, which is this year in game. And over that, we have some very old ships, ships that people think are quite old. We have the Hornet, we have the Aurora, and we have the Gladius. However, as you can see, there is quite a gap from the current day to these old ships. So let's talk about one that is a bit older than that. So, the RSI Zeus.
So in 2130, hold on. In 2130, RSI made some major kind of advancements in quantum technology. They developed, or they released, the first ship that was kind of available to the mass market that had quantum capability. This kind of mid-range explorer really put RSI at the kind of forefront of ship development. Now, it was a really good thing. It really kind of boosted them as a company.
It is a bit quiet. Yeah, it is a bit quiet.
It wasn't kind of all good. The original RSI Zeus had some major issues with its whole integrity.
I don't know how I got turned
That being
so
said,
far down.
there's always kind of been this demand for RSI to release the Zeus. It's kind of had this cult following that's grown up over the years. I'm kind of very happy to announce today that RSI have kind of taken that challenge on board. They've developed a whole new vehicle that is designed to ferry a whole new generation of travelers across our universe.
Sweet.
Visually, is something that pays homage back to the original Zeus and something that's really is justified to have that name. And I'm even happier to say it exceeds all current safety standards and all our current ship production techniques.
So, do you want to have a look at the all-new RSI Zeus Mark II? Okay.
I was still not sold at this point, and then
There
I was
it
sold.
So, we are going to hand over to Elwin and Mark to go through this, and you can see there's 3 of them there. So we're going to do a bit of a deeper dive onto these 3 ships now. So, over to Mark and Elwin.
Let's give them a welcome. Come on, let's go, let's go.
Hi there, everyone. My name is Mark Gibson. I'm the lead vehicle content designer at Cloud Imperium Games.
And I'm Owen Batchelor, Vehicle Art Director in North America. What do you guys think? Awesome. All right, well, let's take some time now and take a look at this classic RSI design and see how we've reimagined it.
So, when we decided we wanted to tackle the Zeus, we had to consider what direction RSI would take it in if they were going to do it today. We couldn't just remake the
That's gonna be
original Zeus
immediately
because
RSI
the
fanboy.
vote was obviously
Nice.
massive.
Same. Like by the time they get done talking, I'd bought all 3. And I will be buying the racing variant. And I think they said that was a racing variant officially somewhere. Not, I don't think they said it in CitizenCon though. Yeah, these things, like I love the angularness. I love just the new RSI look so much.
Piece of history, all that was really used was transporting and moving around. So we had to consider exactly what we wanted to do with the ship. In the end, we decided to go for 3 variants, allowing you to pick which way you want to actually play the game. So what we're going to do is talk about those variants that we decided on in the end, and go into a bit more detail with them. First of all, we have the ES. The ES is the essential. It's the long-range exploration version of the Zeus. It's designed to let you go out for a long time and explore the universe. Next up, we have the Mark. The Mark is the bounty hunter version. This is there for you so you can actually go out, find your targets, and bring them back. It's also been purposely outfitted so that you have all the tools that you need to disable, capture, and bring them home. Finally, the last version we're going to talk about is the CL, the Clipper. Might be a name people are familiar with if they know much about maritime. This is the cargo version of the Zeus Mark II. This is designed so that you can move your goods.
They never say it, but one of their slides in this press. Love the wedge shape and general rework RSI design. Yes. Also, one thing I did notice is that the tractor beam, at least in the concept art, is like on this giant boom arm. So I wonder if it can actually, like, then once it grabs those, collapse in. Also, the RSI truck. The RSI tanker truck, please, Gib.
Around the universe.
Of the three variants, the Zeus Essential is the one that harkens back the most to the original design, with the original white on black paint job and the vertical stabilizers. We also worked to maintain the silhouette of the original, but brought that forward to modern day RSI design with tons of technical detail and layered panels. And on the underside, the landing gear and the underslung turret, as well as the entrance ladder, fold in perfectly flush, leaving behind a super smooth underbelly, just like the original design.
But you probably all want to see what the inside looks like, so let's have a closer look. Despite the sleek and slim body of the Zeus, we've been able to pack a lot into it to give everything you need when you're doing the deep space exploration. You have a fairly comfortable habitation recreation area, so that when you're out away from home, it's not too unpleasant. In addition to that, the rear room has a 32 SU cargo capacity, as well as being able to fit a Cyclone, so if you do decide to land on our planet, you can have a look around. Talking about the loadout, it's a ship designed for 3 crew.
So, there are beds here. I'm not sure what this area is. Sort there. Ladders there. Ramp there. Very good. Learned from the Avatar. There's a kitchenette here. I don't know what this space is. And I don't know what this space is. It looks just empty. Which means there's no tables. They say recreation, but like, there's no chairs. So I have no idea what that is. You have a nice, looks like circle ring, docking ring, suit lockers on the bridge.
It comes with 4 size 2 shield generators.
Wow.
2 size 2 power plants, 2 size 2 coolers, and 2 size 4 pilot-controlled weapons. And obviously the lower turret that Elva mentioned earlier is a size 3 remote turret.
Now, the Zeus Mark was always designed from the beginning to be a sleek and aggressive bounty hunter. As such, the black paint
Is
will
it not
help you
Marquis?
stay hidden in the shadows until you're ready to strike. We've also
3
redesigned the
exits. Oh, yeah.
spine in
The
order to
airlock.
embed an EMP and a quantum dampener.
Now, where is it? Is it on the underside? I just feel this ship is too small. It's like you're saying, no tables, etc. Yeah. They didn't want to make the Constellation too bad compared to this thing. I want to see. Is that a window? That has the that has the docking ring too. Where? The panel on the side opens up. It's on the side as it looks in the image. But like where? And is there any shots of it open? So I guess there's no panel line there. Like this panel looks like it opens. That panel looks like it opens. But it should be right here. I think it's got to grow in size. I don't. They need to rework the Constellation series, and they need a Constellation Plus ship. But I think the Zeus is good in its 400 eye killer kind of size. Let's see here. Oops. Let's see. So we got the C1 and Mr. Zeus. Yes. So that's the size of it. Let's see. 400i. Yeah, 400i. It's a lot more shipping than 400i though. And then Cutlass. Yeah, it's Cutlass 400i Spirit sized, not, and they need to definitely keep it. Isn't it smaller than a 400i though? Seems so cramped. No, not really. Not really small. Where is origin? Like if you cut off the nose, it's definitely not. But the 400 has 2 decks, where the Spirit only has, or the Spirit, the Zeus only has 1. So it has a whole other deck compared to the Zeus. But in contrast, that's a terrible color. Fine. Wow, that actually makes the constellation look super small. Yeah, that thing instantly kills that for me. Dang, 61 to 45. And then one of the best constellation killers, the Corsair. It's only 55, but there's so much ship in it. And then just for giggles, to C2. Yeah, we need an RSI ship that's the size of the C2. We really do. Speaking of RSI, what about our good friend, the Galaxy? That's actually pretty apt. That family looks just so good. That's a nice family. The constellation at this point can take a hike, like, artistically. That's so nice. Very, very, very nice.
But you probably all want to see what the inside looks like. So talking about the loadout, it's a ship.
Black paint will help you stay to really crank up the level of detail on the exterior. We've also added a second motif
I think they said no Ursa in here, only Cyclone.
on the top.
Looking at the interior of the Mark, you see that
The Wedge family is so good.
habitation's taken a little bit of a hit. It moved forward, but what we've been able to add in exchange for that is a massive armory. Let you take all the different.
Now, if this is an actual representation of what we're getting, like 8, 16, 24 handguns, you have this like giant pegboard, a whole bunch of guns being shown off there. Then you have another 8 rifles slot, and it looks like more lockers over here. Who knows what's on this wall?
Weapons and equipment you might need while you're tracking your target along the
this
coast.
is.
Looking into
Like, what is that? Like, interior crew habitation. You don't really say what that is. It also doesn't say what this is. Like, yes, that is that. What's there? The fandoms, that. No, I just want. Ship matrix. They're the neighbors who were always jealous of. What? Hold on, what? What I miss? Specifically the MR. All right, stop it. Interesting. It's one of the first times we don't have an interior in here. Yeah, no interior in the model. Yeah, not a bit. Okay. I was hoping I'd just get to see it. No. Not a bit. All right. Well, let's continue on with the show.
To the rear, we actually have a dedicated area just for the actual bounty hunter pods, similar to what you'll see in the Cutlass Blue. So you can stack up the pods and take multiple people back with you. It has less SCU than the ES. It only has 16 SCU. And it does have a different loadout with the components, only having 3 size 2 shield generators. Like Owen said, it does have a top-mounted forward-facing turret so that you can put the pressure on the target as you're chasing them. The EMP and QD drive are designed to stop the target escaping once you've caught up with them.
Now, because the Zeus Clipper focuses on hauling cargo, we've decided to lean into the industrial aesthetic. We've covered the exterior with a warning strip paint job, and we've covered the exterior with more technical detail and armor plating. In addition to that, it comes with a remote tractor beam, which is mounted on the rear to the side of the ramp to make it easier to haul cargo in and out of the cargo hold. We've also added thrust capacity to the base of the wings.
Oh, cool.
As you can see, there is an absolutely massive rear to it compared to the others. The habitation areas have been massively pushed so that you don't get much space, but we can get way more cargo in. It actually has 4 times the cargo capacity of the S, coming in at 128 SCUs of cargo. This one also features 3 size 2 shield generators, and like Al mentioned, it has a size 3 tractor beam to make it much easier to get those cargo containers in and out as you're actually playing. What do you think?
I'll take all 3.
So,
that's what I
last
said.
year we introduced the Spirit, and if anyone that may be playing on live the last couple of days might have seen a new ship adding to the verse, the A1. We hope to follow a similar route with the Zeus, where we announce it today, and then in about a year's time, hopefully it'll be ready to reveal to the public to actually play with. But this isn't just a concept. We're not just going to show you some images. The Zeus is actually in active white box development right now. Do you just want to have a look? Shall we? Okay.
All right, so as you guys have seen with the Spirit, and with the many ships we've released thus far, our ships can, when they're finished, look absolutely gorgeous. But before any of them get to that point, they have to go through a very specific development process, and this is the first stage in that process. We call this white box. At this point, we've taken the concept, ripped it to shreds, and then reassembled it and plugged it all back together within the editor so that we can get a real good look at what players are going to see when they finally get this game. At this stage, with the Zeus, we've already ripped out all the thrusters, we've ripped out the landing gear, the turret, the seats, the beds, all of the interior spaces, plugged those guys back in, and we have what you see here. So again, the beginning of the process. At this point, we're able to jump in, start throwing in cargo, interacting with doors, getting in and out of beds, maybe in and out of toilets, and just getting an overall sense of what it feels like to interact with the vehicle. And it is very common that in this stage, we will make some adjustments from the original plan. As an example, on this ship, we've just made the decision to expand the center corridor, add a little bit more space to the rooms. And as a result, that's gonna make it much smoother experience for players to traverse the interior of the ship, as well as for AI to traverse the interior of the ship. We've also expanded the main airlock that leads to the enter-exit ladder. And up here in the cockpit, we've separated the co-pilot seats a tad bit just to allow players to get in and out a little easier. So with White Box, not the prettiest stage in the process, but it is essential that we nail this, because it means we'll be able to deliver a beautiful ship that is also extremely fun to play.
Very nice.
So that was the RSI Zeus in the 3 variants. Obviously, as the screen says behind me, it's available now on the Star Citizen website. You all follow that URL or the QR code behind me. Now, we've just talked about the ship with the longest legacy in the universe. It was the first ship with the quantum travel. Let's change pace a little bit and talk about a much newer ship.
I don't know what that clicking on it is.
The Cutter. Good little ship. So, obviously, last year, IEE, we unveiled the Cutter, and you guys seem to love it. Some interesting information about it. It was actually the single most popular straight-to-flight ready ship we've ever released. You guys really, really liked it. In addition to that, it's actually the best-selling Drake ship to date. But what people didn't know, and we kept a very good guarded secret that no one managed to figure out, no one, it was always meant to be a family of 3. Now, what everyone is already familiar with is the base. That's the version that's out in the universe right now that you're already enjoying. What we're going to do today, though, is we're going to talk about the next variant in the family, the Scout.
All right, let's just take a minute and sort of enjoy the incredible work that the art team has done pushing this guy out. When the original when the original Cutter was released, it helped us to refine the Drake aesthetic. And now with the variants, we'll be able to add a unique identity to each version. On the Scout, we've decided to replace the main thrusters with a dual thruster system. And you'll see here we've also added a radar dish to the top, which relates directly to the scanning gameplay that comes with this ship. In addition to that, we have a series of exterior bottom modifications to just push that flavor a little bit further. And you'll see here a transition between the default and the Scout, so you can clearly see the differences. On the interior, we've expanded the rear section of the ship in order to include a dedicated standing scanning station, which will show up here in a second. Along with that, we've also increased the space in the rear to house the larger components that are necessary to support that gameplay. Now, expanding the rear did encroach into the habitation, but we were able to rearrange the components in that room so that nothing was lost in the transition. And on the cockpit, it's the same cockpit that you all know and love from the original Cutter. From this view, you'll more clearly see the shift that we had to make in the rear in order to support the gameplay that we're trying to achieve. We're really proud of what the team has done with this ship, and we hope you like the Scout as much as we do.
We gave it a little hat.
So, obviously, we've just introduced the Scout. What are the main differences between the base? It is a variant, after all. So, the first big difference is the radar. It has a size 2 radar, And to accommodate to supply that, it comes with a size 2 power plant and a size 2 cooler. Getting tripped on my own words. As well as the dedicated scan terminal that Ella mentioned earlier. Obviously, as you saw, Habitation got a little bit cozier, and unfortunately it has lost 2 SCU compared to the base, so it only has 2 SCU cargo capacity instead of the 3. Now, what we also want to do is talk a little bit more about the future of scanning, if people are interested in hearing about that. So what is the future of scanning? We'll touch on it lightly. At the moment, there are 2 main ways for you to interact with the scanning gameplay loops. The first one's obviously the scan, and the second one's the ping system. Both of these are going to be merged into a single system known as a scan wave. When you send a scan wave out, if you get any successful pings, what will happen is it will immediately populate your HUD with an AR marker, giving you information about what you've been able to scan, as well as starting to give you far more interesting information than you get now, rather than just the name of the ship. The underlying system will work on the signature system, similar to what it does today, and there are 2 main scans. There is the quick scan. The quick scan is just a low version of it. It has a very small impact on your own signal output, so if you want to stay a little bit more covert and potentially not be seen looking at something you shouldn't, you can use that one instead. The main benefits are small increase to your actual passive detection range, as well as being able to detect things that maybe are a little fainter than you should be able to see. This has a decent amount of cutting through interference, but not phenomenal. The other version is the charge scan. The charge scan is the big scan. Now, this will actually allow you to detect things up to quantum boost range, which is way, way further than the current passive detection range. And not only that, but it'll actually drop a marker allowing you to jump straight to that location for whatever it is that you found. Now, you don't want to be jumping in blind. And as I said, it's going to give you way more information than it did before. Some examples, but not limited to this, are things like whatever it is it charging a quantum drive? Is it firing? Is the shields generating? Does it have any shields? Is it perhaps charging an EMP? Maybe it's got a snare up trying to catch you. It gives you that additional information so you can make the decision whether you actually want to get to that location. That's just a brief glimpse into the future of scanning and what our vision is for it. Right now, the Cutter Scout is actually in 321. It's available. If you go to that address or go to our website, QR code, it's actually in the universe right now. You don't need to wait for a patch for that. I've been Mark.
And I'm Elwin. And before we step off, if you haven't had a chance to get one of these hats, this one in particular is signed by 7 members of the ship development team. And if you want it, during the meet and greet, if you can tell me the name of the 7 people who signed this, all of who are in attendance here, by the way, today, the first person to give me those names gets to keep it. Other than that, thanks, guys, and have a great SitCon.
Small hit for you. John Crew is one of those names. Fantastic, guys, everyone. We're going to hand you back to John and Ben. They've got a few more surprises for you.
Not enough to say there. It's just, you know, it's the Scout. What's there to say?
Right. So, as Mark said there, scanning stuff is coming in the future. We didn't show a lot of it because it does sort of turn up in some other teams' panels, and we didn't want to steal their glory a day early. So I highly recommend sticking around for both the UI one and the flight one tomorrow. So, we've talked about the past, we've talked about the present. Let's talk about the future.
The future!
So, here is a big block of squares that represents our backlog. So, each one of these squares is a ship or a vehicle. All the light blue ones are all the ones we have released to date. All those grey ones are the ones that we have not done yet. The dark blue ones are the ones that will be in your hands by the end of the year.
Okay. So let's do some roadmap sleuthing. I don't think I've done this yet. That's not what I wanted over there. I wanted this over there. There we go. All right. We can switch over to this camera. So, yeah, it should be fine. Ships. So earlier, hang on. 2023 ships. All right. So these blue squares, sleuthing, yeah. These dark blue squares are everything that's being released within the year 2023. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Excuse me. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 squares. There's something wrong here.
So we have over 200 vehicles for us to support as a vehicle content team. For those of you that are trying to do the maths in your head right now going, that's a wrong number. This includes every single vehicle that we've ever shown to you, whether that's in a Squadron 42 visual tease or like a trailer. Some of them are obviously Squadron exclusives. Some of them are going to be NPC exclusives. We still have to support them all. So every vehicle in the game, we have our hands on, and we do a lot of work to support them for you. Not the only thing we do. We obviously introduce new content like the Mirai Fury. We deliver previous promised content. And as you'll see today and tomorrow, we do a lot of gameplay support. So obviously we help.
So what isn't included in this list? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh, that's not a ship. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Still up 3. Why are we up 3? Where are we up 3? Are they not counting these 3? It was in May. Oh, yeah, it was those 2 as well. That's very strange.
Like the heroes of the game. You saw in the resource network engineering panel how that's going to impact ships. You will have seen, if you've been paying super close attention, some UI elements to do with maps. Stay tuned for that. We do all that. So we do a lot of work across all aspects of both projects. And to do all that, we need to do a few things.
Okay, yeah, so John's talked a bit about the backlog. I'm going to kind of take a little bit, how are we going to deliver this? So in April 2023, we actually kicked off a new ship team in our newest studio, Turbulent, based out of Montreal. Yeah, go Canada. So we've now got 5 artists.
He's only counted ships started in 2023? Gosh, a good idea. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12? And then we had how many? I'm just gonna do this. Duplicate.
We have our hands.
Shush. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. What was that? 9, 10, 11, 12. I guess, maybe? So we don't count the whole sea, the lightning, and the vulture, right? Because that's 4. Oh gosh, there's more. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. No, we're still over. If stuff, let's say stuff only announced in 2023, so 1, 2, 3, no, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Now we're down 3. And we know that this list also includes all the stuff coming at IE. Which we know there's another new ship, another Xi'an ship in there from the trailer. So that even puts us one more behind. I don't understand. John Crew, what did you do?
Vehicle designer, one embedded QA tester, and one producer. And that kind of gives us everything we need to start bringing content out of another location. And it also means that we now have kind of reps globally for the vehicle content team in all 5 of our studios. What's the really nice thing about that is it kind of opens up a new pool of kind of talent that we can pick from, and it should really help us to deliver some more content to the game. And you've actually just seen the first 2 ships out of that studio. So the Scout variant and the Zeus are both being developed by our Montreal team.
Nice.
Yeah. They're doing great.
I forgot the Zeus was their other ship.
We're going to look a little bit more in depth at the art team and
Maybe who's trolling and underselling the amount of work they've done, for lulz. I mean, I don't think so. John Cruz really likes this team. I don't know. I'm pretty sure we didn't have 322 till after CitizenCon. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Only down by 1. So maybe remove the F8, count the vulture, maybe?
You can see from this graph, this is our kind of like live numbers of how many vehicle artists we have dedicated to the project. You can see there's a nice trajectory going up. And
we can get a nice image of that. And if we take let's do some ridiculous crap here. Oh, Turbulent is on the Zeus. Yep, and it'll be out by next CitizenCon. Which makes you think, what are they doing in the meanwhile? Like, they're going through white box, and they're probably going to go straight into gray box. And it's only like 3 people there, so like, fine. But a year for the Zeus? That's a year for a Cutlass? That doesn't make no kind of sense. I'm gonna go to this. Say, or actually, well, just copy, paste, new. Please work. Love me. There we go. So if we take, there we go. How many pixels is this? 61. Oh, jeez. Okay, we're gonna count 62. So 31. 31 pixels works. We're gonna. Okay, so. I'm gonna fill that. I don't use Photoshop. Where the balls is the paint bucket? All right. Why is it not under? Oh wait. Paint bucket. Okay, cool. Give me a white. Okay, and then we'll do. Can I move this selection? Okay. Deselect. Okay. And we'll do. What the heck? Next, since it's a black background, we're going to fill with nice yellow. Copy, paste. Yeah, oop. Can I not move this around? There we go. There we go. Does this scale perfectly? I don't know. We're about to find out. I don't think it does. All right. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. Pretty good. Pretty good. And then there's... looks like 3 pillars per year-ish. 2.5 pillars per year. So, if we then... no... if we then take this and then select all these guys. So by next year we'll definitely be at 30, but we'll be around 35. That looks like more 2 years down the road. $28, $29, $30, $31, $32. That's only 32. It's not very swift growth, that's for sure. Oh, jeez. Oh, gosh. Yeah. Anyway. Almost serious. No, might be way ahead of schedule, assuming the ship guys are on the same calculus cornflakes that the environment guys are. Absolutely. Like, I don't know. It just seems like a year is way longer than they need, and they are, and they said last year that they are so good right now with their pipeline at predicting when the ship's going to come in. Like, they were able to predict within a week when the ship's going to get done. So their prediction for a year is pretty good.
With more team members, that also means we get kind of like not just more people to throw at stuff, but we get more experience, we get more knowledge, and that's, you know, that allows us to kind of tackle our larger, kind of more complex ships. You will notice there in 2022 there is a little dip, and you know, unfortunately, when that happens, that has kind of real consequences.
So what was the damage? 21 minus, nope. Gosh dang. 21 minus 14. Nope. 21 minus 4. 14. 7. 7 artists. Three 3% of all artists left in 2022.
On what we
I think I remember it will be exponential. Remember they lost a bunch of devs over the last couple of years. If that hadn't happened, the ship team would be even better. Yeah, the ship team would be nearing 50 if we didn't have, because look at the growth here, right? And even the growth from here got what, seven more there. So if you had, pull back up the calculator, the difference between 14 and 28, so 28 minus 14 is apparently 14, plus 21, we'd be at 35. So not 50, but yeah.
we are able to do as a team. I think, you know, less people, so less power to put on stuff, but also some of that knowledge leaves us. With that leads us to have to make some kind of pretty hard and heavy decisions about what we're working on. And I think most recently, and probably most well known, is the Bounty Merchantman. Yeah. Now, we're going to take a quick look at where we got to with the Merchantman, just to show where we were up to before that happened in 2022.
I think maybe they want to build Montreal to take this on. What do you think? I think they're going to scrap everything you're saying here. They go on to talk about what it takes to build a style. And I'll point out what I heard the first time. Always reminds me of the Geonosians. You're gonna have to elaborate on that. Oh, I will. It's what John Cruz says after this. Oh, it's like an almost finished room. They might keep the exterior. That's mostly done, right? They got to almost gray box complete, or at least they were well into gray box.
So that video shows, where we got up to with the Merchantman. You can see we'd finished white box. We were kind of into grey box. Some areas were further than others. And I think one of the best things about working at a company like Cloud Imperium Games is that we're able to be.
I think the exterior is very nice.
With our development.
I really do like the exterior.
One of the biggest questions we get is, what's up with the Merchantman? Where is it? Why did it stop? And the Merchantman brought a lot of unique challenges to us. It was a completely new art style. Something that's very, very different from what we normally do with our human manufacturers. I think, we could have paused other ships. We could have moved some of our other artists onto the Merchantman.
This is the part.
But with the kind of exodus of our kind of senior team in 2022, we didn't just lose people. We lost a lot of the knowledge that went into building out that white box and really kind of delivering that art style.
AKA, we lost how to do this. We can't pick this up because we don't know how it was built. That's what I heard.
What we decided to do at the time is, rather than try and rush something out and just get something out to get it done, we looked at where we were, and for us, the most important thing was growing our team back up. We wanted to invest in our team and use our seniors and our kind of managers to help get us up to the point where we can tackle multiple large and capital ships at one time. I think the graph previously kind of showed that we've got the head numbers now, and now it's about onboarding our new staff members. It's about skilling them up and getting them to the point. And I would absolutely love to be stood here on stage and going, yeah, look at the Merchantman, it's amazing, like it's done. But we're not at that point just yet. We do see all the comments. I do see all the notes about it. And I absolutely want to get this ship out and done.
Yeah.
I just wanted to be open and honest as to where we are up to with the development.
Yeah. To add to that, it is probably the most question I get asked at any event, and I really want to get it done, get it out for you guys, but we don't want to give you a half-baked thing. We want to give you a really great product that we can all be proud of, and it's delivered alongside gameplay. So, let's talk about something else quickly. So, Squadron 42 vehicles.
So I really think that when the BMM comes back up on the roadmap, I don't think they're going to be moving forward with that version of it. Yeah, a redo. At the very least, it will be shaving off anything from it that is not in the current talent set. It's the one time I feel like that will stand in solidarity with BMM owners. Most of the time, I love giving them a hard time that their ship's not out yet, and I hate their ship. Looks pretty. Don't ever want to be in one or own one. Brand new ships make me feel very uneasy. Like, I don't like the Geonosian look. It just makes me feel a little creepy. I don't like feeling like I've been swallowed by a whale. Just not my thing. Not my thing at all. But oh jeez, think of that. Yeah, it's rough, and it's even harder to know that, according to some sources, we'll say it that way. The devs went to another space game, another spaceship game. I'm not gonna name names at the moment. I assume you know who. Don't put it in chat. They read that. I think that's the worst part. Is they went to another space game. If they went to well, I guess Star Wars is a space game. If they went to a Star Wars thing, or sort of like that, fine. If they went to EA or go work at Ubisoft or Titanfall or something, sure, fine. But they went to a direct competitor, or at least somewhere that's put themselves as a direct competitor to Star Citizen. And I wish that game all the best. I really do. I would love to see an anti-Star Citizen. Be great. I just think they could have stayed till they were done and not jumped in the middle. Another space game? Yeah, and it's not Elite Dangerous or Eve. Or Starfield. That's not really a space game. It's not really a planet game either. It doesn't really know what it is. Kellen? 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 There you go, you go. Had to let my cat in. Starts with star, ends with another word for map. They gotta redo the outside too, then, right? Probably. Yeah, because it was late white box, early gray box. It wasn't done. It really depends on what. So what they're probably gonna do, and I think that they may be able to salvage it, but again, it will take some redoing, and they're probably gonna end up redoing most of it anyway. Is we're gonna get another Banu ship that they'll start training on, trying to get somewhere close to the look and feel of the Banu weekend. So hopefully we'd get we got a lot of trading ships. Maybe I don't know, maybe like a single shop ship. Maybe like the food truck or something. Hacking ship, manufacturing ship. Those are all very Banu type ships. But like smaller single seat ships, freelancer size ships, and get a couple of those going, so that they can get, their artists, some of their artists, to get a talent for a Banu style, and then have those guys get good at it and start to train others in it, so they can come back and tackle the BMM. It's rough. Hi, welcome back. What are you doing? Oh, leaving. That's right.
How many of you have an Idris of some kind? Right. So, we plan to deliver the Idris alongside the Squadron, and that doesn't mean just the M. We're going to deliver the M, the P, and the K kit all together in one delivery.
Wow. We'll come after. Okay. Just as a quick aside. It's another quick aside. Okay. I might be able to try that. I might be able to try that.
Owners, I'm afraid you're going to have to wait a bit longer after that, is obviously the bigger ship players can own. And we have recently looked at what is left to deliver on it. We've got plans. There will be modularity with it.
Yes.
And yeah, that will come after Squadron releases. And those of you who also have the Vandal Scythe, Glaive, Blade, after Squadron releases, you will also get the updated models as well for that.
Okay, now I want to see. It's a very research-focused panel. Javelin. Do we have a Javelin floor plan? Anything new Javelin floor plan? Isn't that the Idris? Yeah, it's the Corvette. That's the Polaris. That's Space Engineers. So I guess we don't have a full floor plan of this? I guess we can try that.
Let's go and let's get...
Shush. What the heck is that thing? So I'm trying to figure out. Also, giant cargo bay. Jeez. So these are the rooms that aren't done over here. Where would you modular? Is there another angle? Is it just that? Oh, there we go. Okay, what video are you watching? Because I want to go to that video. You sorry son of a clown. Is it this one? Yeah, it's this one. So where would you modular? What is that? Is that just the brig? Like this over here looks like power. This has a whole bunch of rooms. That's gotta be the brig. Very cool looking. Med bay. Huge med bay. Or bunks. It might be the bunks. That looks modularable. Cargo bay. Auxiliary cargo bay. What the crap would you modular in here? There are so many guns on this thing. Can I get an industrial javelin? Like, I want to ship this big for not 50,000 guns. I cannot wait to see what they modular about it.
Right. Next.
Okay.
Odyssey. I think those are both the Odyssey. Because, like, that has the front end, that has, like, the back end. Possibly. I have no idea what the heck that thing is. Steve, Mule, Atlas. No idea. Hover quad. None of these look like the Spirit, which is weird. I don't think we've gotten any of those. So we don't have that. We don't have that, and that.
no kind of ship panel at a CitizenCon event is kind of done without looking at what's coming up next. Previously, we used to do these kind of like silhouettes, but we kind of always felt they were a little bit predictable. We ended up just making most of them anyway. So last year we changed things up. We asked what manufacturer do we want to see make our next large mining ship, and you're going to see more about that at IAE next month.
Okay, so they did make sure to. Okay, so we are going to see the miner. Okay, I had forgotten since CitizenCon, like if they said anything. It was spoiled to me this afternoon that it does have a name, and I didn't know that.
But again, this year we decided just to mix things up a little bit with how we wanted to deliver this. So you're about to see in a minute a video. It shows some ships you might recognize. Hopefully, it will show you some that you don't recognize. But feel free to get on Spectrum afterwards, take a look, give us a guess at what you think.
This is going to be the fun bit.
Because we'd love to, hear your input.
And I will just add to that as well. We aim to deliver everything you see in this video and more in the next 12 months.
Just freaking phenomenal. All right, so we start off hot with what the heck is this? That looks like a and we've talked about this, so I'm gonna be doing quick fire. So if you want to jump in quickly. These look like tracks, but it also looks like it's hovering. That looks like a giant tractor beam. So it looks like kind of like a trike or like a back-wheeled hover something rather with a tractor beam out front. So like a like a utility bike. Hello, Alphonse Zakir? Sorry, I don't know how to pronounce that one. I'm very sorry. 12 months hype confirmed. Yes, 12 months hype. So we're gonna get these bikes. Who knows if they're actually gonna put in the Rangers, but we got new bikes coming. Love it. I love small vehicles. And one thing to note is if we know what the ship is, they don't blur it. If we don't know what the ship is, they blur it. So it's a theme through all these panels, or through all these ships. They don't blur ships that they've already talked about, which will be important. Hold on. Okay, no, that's just like pipes or something. Hopefully. Just making sure they're not hiding ships between panels. We know these, so they don't blur them. This is the X1 family. Now, we know what an Ursa is, so why is this one blurred? Apparently, Tree was talking to devs, and there was someone saying something about a medical transport Ursa. So that may be what that is. We have absolutely no shape language to go on, so it'll be a third Ursa variant. Again, not blurred. Notice the panels are behind it. This is MPUV, obviously, but it's got the utility mount. And that's pretty easy deliverable. Now this is the one that everyone fights about. And every time I look at it, it's more and more Anvil to me. So I'm calling this a new Anvil ship. I don't think rocks can fit in there, but I guess it would make sense that would be the new RSI miner. Like I won't be shocked because the head looks very RSI, but like this panel here, and let me show you what I see. This panel being, it has the kind of hallmarks of that kind of Carrack style. I don't know if that's very Carrack-y to you guys. But yeah, that edge looks like a Carrack to me. So I'm calling that a new... No, it's not the Apollo. For sure not the Apollo. It's too small. The Apollo doesn't have... too small to be the miner. That's right, it's supposed to be bigger than... Yeah, so I'm calling this a new Cutlass-sized... Cutlass to Constellation... Well, yeah, Cutlass to Constellation-sized... so 400i size-ish. Anvil. ship. New Anvil ship. That's right, because it's supposed to be bigger than Mule. The TIE bomber or the Mirai bomber. That's the Apollo. I bet my house on it. It's way too small to be the Apollo. Plus, it has cutouts here, and the Apollo doesn't have VTOLs, and the Apollo doesn't have these elevators or a side ramp. So you gotta lose your house, careful. I can't wait to see what the heck this is. This looks amazing. It's even got a spoiler. Like, this got a little spoiler up there. It's very interesting. So it has the spoiler up here. It's got its whittle arms. I don't really know where the other arms come to. Very nice shapes. And it obviously has that, like, obviously Mirai back end. Like, that's the exact shape of the Mirai back. So, like, super sweet. I can't wait to see that. That's going to be super cool to see. It's also not exactly small. It's very large. So my biggest question is, what on earth is that big, but that snub? Like, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense, because, like, that's bigger than any fighter we have, but it doesn't look like it'd be much more than a fighter. Like, like, I don't know. I have no idea what that one. I have no ideas. It's so big, but yet just there's not a lot of space there. The Legionnaire, so this is coming within 12 months. I feel like it's a heavy fighter from Mirai, but that's a huge heavy fighter. It will be the biggest heavy fighter we have. So 12 months till Legionnaire, which means boarding, possibly hacking. That's a big deal. So this guy is weird because, like I said, they only blur ships we don't know about. So this has to be... I was just about to say that this has to be the Racer, but doesn't the Racer have a spoiler on it? We know this is Zeus. It has a ladder there, the ramp there. We know it's a Zeus. Now, so here's a fun one. And I want to ask you guys in chat first. Why is the Retaliator in here? I'll wait. They're not blurring it, which means we know what it is. And the Retaliator's been out for years. So why would the Retaliator be in a panel or in a video that says, yes, exactly, modularity? So within 12 months, we will have modularity, which is kind of a big deal because we're also supposedly moving on to the Galaxy soon. And also the Javelin has modularity. And, you know, the Carrack, the Caterpillar. Like, there are many, 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 many modular ships that are about to come in over the next 2 years. So it is... So 12 months, we'll have modularity. And of course, the Polaris. And I believe he's about to talk about it what the release is going to be after the Polaris. So me and Tree hypothesize, tinfoil hats everyone. I don't have any tinfoil around me. A Pop-Tart thing will do. There we go. Tinfoil hat. That the Polaris may make its debut in Victus next year. And we'll talk about what that means for the RSI lineup after that. And honestly, the more I see the new lineup, the Zeus and the Galaxy, I'm like, give me another one. Give me an anti-Polaris. Like, I love the Polaris. I loved the Polaris from the second I saw it. But my pride and joy, would you stop doing that? My pride and joy of the Star Citizen fleet. Let's do... What's a ship you're intimately familiar with the size? Like, what's a ship you know exactly what size? Seems doable? Nice, okay. I'm glad you agree, because that even gives me more... not conviction, I guess? God, I love this thing so much. I like how it's like technically a tube, but they just add so much greebling on it to make this nice shape. So what's a ship that you really know what size it is? Like you've flown it a lot or you've looked at it a lot. To really know what size it is. Carrack. Alright, so we're going to do Carrack. Carrack is Anvil. Anvil is up here. 1. Carrack Expedition. Alright. Carrack Expedition. Then we're going to put in the Polaris. Not bad. Pretty similar. Spirit A1. We're going to stick with the Carrack this one. He'll give us a little bit better of a connection with what I'm about to go with. But the paneling, the blubberiness of it, it's very built out, like it's bulky, in opposition to the current like style of RSI. There is a ship though that may get reworked a bit before it goes into production, and for that we need to go to the special tab. My pride and joy, and the last ship I wanted to own, and just I cannot wait for this to come out. And you guys can't even see my cursor, which is great. The Pegasus. This is an RSI dedicated carrier. This is not a battle carrier. This is not a frigate. This is not a whatever it is. This is a dedicated 32-ship carrier. And this has not been worked on at all. It's very much old RSI. It will need a ton of updating. But that is the ship I want to... No, you stay off the food. As human food, not kitty food. Yes, I could fit a Carrack in it, probably. Depending on how they line up this thing. Because there's supposed to be a floor in between here. Supposedly. It is absolutely massive. And if we do this over here, got 2 Pegasi, and then we do a Bengal. This is the difference between the Bengal and the Pegasus. Now, granted, a big, like, painful against my entire wish to get it. This is the biggest known player ship. Quite a far cry from that. Also, this is like easily 5 years out. So, things that need to happen for this to become a thing. 1, Squadron 42 needs to be released. 2, Squadron 42 Episode 2 needs to be in full production. Because this ship is not in Squadron 42 Episode 1. It is solidly in Squadron 42 Episode 2. This thing does not exist, will not exist until Squadron 42 Episode 2 is being worked on. And I really hope they give full behind the scenes on this thing. This is the RSI ship I want. There's also a Hornet in there. Hello, Hornet. Just the one? It has a lot in common with the Orion. So there's the Hornet up there. And there's a whole other deck of space in it. So there's down here. Camera's good. It's fine. So yeah, the Pegasus is what I want.
I don't know if you noticed, but there was quite a big ship at the end of that video. Yeah. And yeah, just to confirm, that is the Polaris.
Yeah.
I think people like the players or something. It's weird.
We've done a lot of talking. We'll do a bit more talking about it.
So yeah, okay. Just wanted to touch again on like, yeah, why are we doing an RSI ship? Like, what is with that? So the thing about doing another RSI ship is that we've got a really well-established art style for RSI in our universe, and it gives us the ability to kind of train up newest members of the teams on something that's kind of quite a known element. That is absolutely not the only benefit, though. The way we are like planning on tackling the Polaris is not tackling it as one ship, but actually we want to tackle, well, anyone that knows our backlog knows we have a number of large RSI ships on there. And our kind of plan is that we tackle that as a family of ships. We don't just tackle one of them and then we go off and do something else for 6 months, a year, come back and do another one, something else, come back and do another one. We want to tackle them all together, one after the other. And what that really allows us to do is just kind of streamline our development process. We're able to, for our more common areas of the ship, we're able to build kits that we're confident in, that we can reuse and we can make the most out of them. And then that allows us to focus our development time and our efforts really on the much more unique and the important and exciting areas of each ship. Tackling them as a family kind of allows us to expedite their development. We leverage the experience that we've got within the team. And it just allows us to, like I say, streamline everything. So first up, we've got the Polaris. Next up, we've got the Galaxy. Then we've got the Perseus. And that kind of closes out most of our large RSI ships. And then we can see what we want to take on after that.
Except for one. There's one they missed. But this is like, I don't care. I don't give one care to the Perseus. Don't care. It is a gunboat. I don't care. The Galaxy has way more reason for. I don't have a purpose for it. I will enjoy it being in the game. I will enjoy finding out its purpose. But for now, I don't care. Galaxy and Polaris, easy, plenty. Kraken, perfect, great. Just don't have a use for the Perseus right now. They also missed the Orion. 11 months ago. Oh my. Do you have an image? Hey, they didn't image. That's not all of them. No Legionnaire. There's a Santaki Eye should be in here. Yeah, Polaris, Perseus, Galaxy. Why is that so undone? Images. That's the backlog. Present you the backlog. So within 6 months, or within 12 months, that will be done. The Galaxy will not be done. So next year at CitizenCon, we'll be getting an update on the... Where is it? You missed one. No Galaxy. Yeah. SRV is out. Pioneer should possibly, maybe, be out in 12 months. That'll be out in 12 months. That should be out in 12 months. I doubt it, but it could be out in 12 months. That should be out in 12 months. If they're starting the Zeus and it's going to be out in 12 months, the Apollo is also in white box, and that was out. That's going to be out in 12 months. All three of those are going to be out in 12 months. I'm pretty sure we did have a line on those, but I forgot where it went. That's already out. That will be out on IE. That is out. So this is a pretty old one. We're getting that as well. So a lot of this is actually already. Here's a copy. Enter. Thank you. Backlog 1 year ago. That's the last they did it. So we got this. So this is, let's clean this up. So we know that's in, well, let's pick an appropriate color. There we go. This is 12 months. There's 2 Perseuses here. Can we take it? Santaki Eye. Those are going to be in 12 months. We're going to count that. We're going to call done. Then we're going to call that done. Okay, so now we'll mark everything that is not out for, or coming out in 12 months. We'll do that. That. Just a start line. Aha. We got the Polaris. Legionnaire. Those should be out. Just K. Where'd the players go? Oh, players. All of those are going to be out. What else do we see? Oh, the Liberator. Not the Liberator, the Legion. I already marked it. Okay. So we can only have let's do blue, ones that still exist. Nope, that's not right, because the Vulture is out. We can count one of those. Mylan, Lib, Odyssey, and then that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. 24, and that is, plus there's 1, 2, 3, 4 Zeuses. 24, 25, 26, 27, 27, so 27. And again, we got through, what was it, 15 or so ships this year? So 2 years, that backlog may not exist. Though, the problem with that is a lot of them are not, small ships. A lot of the ones we got this year were small ships. So a lot of the bigger teams are going to need to be on those bigger ones. So I think 3 to 5 years, and we'll have the backlog finally cleared up. The biggest problem with I think one of the biggest what's it called? The Orion. The Orion is an industry ship, and we're getting a supposedly soon-ish another RSI mining ship, which means they're probably moving mining forward, and we're going to be getting more moving forward, soon-ish, which means we'll be getting the functionality that we'll need to work on the Orion to get that functionality in the game. And then we can finally see an entire breadth of one game loop, which will also require the Expanse coming in. So I think maybe not next year, but the year after that, we get the Orion and the Expanse. Plus, with the Galaxy coming in, we'll also get refineries for that. Not to mention base building and all the ships and additions that will come for that.
Well, I think that's pretty much everything we want to talk about today. However, before we go, we're going to... Torsten's already stolen the predictable joke here. So we'll do one last thing to show you guys. So let's have a look at the current state of the Polaris in-engine in its white box state.
That's the hallway I like. I don't know, it looks like this is a white box run through, and it looks very not like it's coming out at Invictus. So I keep going back and forth on if it's possible or not. No torpedoes. I really do wonder, and I will definitely pick Team Polaris over Team Idris just because, like, Idris is like the Chad ship. I don't know. The Polaris is much more elegant and also sniper. It's also was one of the main ships for the mobile militia movement, or militia mobilization movement. Anyway. It was one of the like key players in the getting the tools we need to protect our own front lines while the UEE is off fighting the Vandal. And the Idris was, built to kill civilians. But I wonder how easy it will be to take down an Idris. Because, like, if we're getting both of them in 6 months, this is a battle that will probably happen a lot. And we might just pick a hull, or pick a Polaris to care for a couple hull seas, maybe a triforce of hull seas going through Pyro. So. Alrighty. It's been a very fun 4 hours. 4 hours and 14 minutes. It is 12:14 in the morning. I have to be up in 6 hours. 5-ish, 6 hours. I will be back tomorrow night? What day is it? That's not on my wrist. It is currently Wednesday. So yes, I will be back tomorrow night with hopefully the next 3 or 4 panels. So stay tuned for that. It's been fun. I look forward to this living on YouTube for the rest of eternity. And I'll see you guys next time. Thank you so much for joining. It's been so much fun. You guys are great. I always love hanging out with you guys. And as always, be kind. Bye, everyone. I'm waving. I know you can't see me anymore. Many more adventures to come.